Hey folks, welcome to the pre-roll of WikiConference North America 2020. We'll be starting soon, so we're just warming up the networks here. You are probably watching us on one of 2 or 3 different channels. We're using a system called StreamYard, so this sends this video out to YouTube Live, Facebook Live, and Twitter Periscope. So welcome as we're getting ready to start the day. Hopefully you've been to some of our pre-events or you've been in the chat and you've been to other places, but we'll get started soon. So feel free to tweet this out and let your followers know. Let us know where you're watching from. So whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, you can let us know where you're watching. Although this is WikiConference North America, we know we have a global audience. So tell us where you're watching from, and we'd love to put some of those, put some of you on screen to show some of your comments as we get ready to start. Yes. So Jan finally says, coming directly from Coolest Tool Awards. Yes. So hopefully a lot of you were just watching that. So we can actually talk about some of those later in the afternoon, some of those tools that won. Someone from WikiConference World. Yes, we're kind of like a global wiki conference. We're kind of pseudo Wikimania in some ways here. We just had the Coolest Tool Awards, and Benoit is coming from Canada. Great to see that. We've got a lot of YouTube watchers here. If you're on Facebook or Twitter, let us know where you're watching from. If you're on Facebook, you may need to authenticate yourself with StreamYard so we see your name. So you can go to streamyard.com/Facebook with your web browser, and that'll allow us to see your name and your face in the avatar on the screen, like we're seeing with some of these other folks coming from YouTube there. All right, so we'll get started very soon. If you haven't seen, one of the winners of the Coolest Tool Awards was Listen to Wikipedia. So if you've seen it before, this is watching all the edits out of English, Spanish, and French Wikipedia, showing you how diverse the North American community is here. Oh, great. Welcome from Michigan. Phoebe and Rosie, anything to add as we're getting ready to start up?
Just a big welcome to everybody who's viewing what we're doing, and I hope you enjoyed this intro session we're going to be doing, and then the rest of the programming today and the next 2 days.
Yeah, and just a note for everyone, the schedule is on our page on Meta, which there's a shortcut, wcna.wiki, will take you to the Meta page. And you can see we have various events planned through today, the rest of today, and also tomorrow, a program of talks, and then on Sunday various editathons and other talks. This is a participatory, as all our events are, a participatory and a little bit of an ad hoc conference. So if there are, lightning talks that you want to give or edit-a-thon demos that you want to give on Sunday, feel free to hop in and put that on the page.
Yes, very good. All right. So again, welcome to WikiConference North America, and let's get started. Hi, and welcome to WikiConference North America 2020. Let's go around the room and let you know who we are. My name is Andrew Lee, known as user Fuzzheado. Phoebe.
I'm Phoebe Ayers, user Phoebe, based here in Boston, Massachusetts.
Rosie.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rosie Stevenson Goodnight, user Rosie Step, and I'm based in a small town, Nevada City in California.
Hi, I'm Richard Knipel, user Pharos, based in Brooklyn, New York, USA.
So I want to
Go ahead.
I want to thank everyone again for joining us at WikiConference North America 2020. This is the 5th anniversary of WikiConference North America and the first time that it's gone completely virtual. Our theme this year is an obvious one, online, translated as en ligne in Spanish and en linea in French. So why are we holding this conference in mid-December? And why are we holding it at all in a year where most everyone in the world has been affected in one way or another with the pandemic? Well, there are multiple reasons. First of all, we know you love WikiConference North America, and we didn't want to disappoint you. We also wanted to learn how to plan for and coordinate a virtual conference. Your feedback in a survey, which will go out in the next few weeks, will be crucial to help us understand what you think went well, where you think it could be improved, what maybe should be added, and maybe what wasn't so popular. We'll incorporate these learnings in our future conferences, including some virtual sessions or tracks, so that people who can't attend our future in-person conference will still be able to participate virtually. And then lastly, WikiConference North America isn't just a conference. It's also a user group within the greater affiliates movement. If we passed up the opportunity of organizing a conference this year, we'd have nothing to report. And by the way, we are the only Wikimedia affiliate which is conference-based. You'll get to learn more about affiliates later today during our affiliates roundup. Next slide is our thank you to the organizers. We started planning WikiConference North America 15 days ago. That's right, 15 days ago. The names you see here on the screen, these are just some of the people who joined our planning calls or are working this weekend to assure that you have a great experience. It's not an exhaustive list, so please ping any of us who you see here during the weekend if you or someone you know should be added to the list, as we're not going to be uploading this slide deck to WikiCommons until after the conference is over. It's very important to us that you understand this conference is being held using the friendly spaces policy. There's a link for it on the screen. And if you go to our page on Meta, you'll see it linked multiple times there too. You can see how to report an issue. There it is on the screen, and it's also listed on our page on Meta. But at a glance, we'd like you to understand, please, no harassment, no discrimination, no offensive behavior. Be careful with each other. Understand that people have boundaries online and in person. If in doubt, ask for consent. Since this is an online event, photos and videos, ask for consent before you think to deal with either of these. Now you see some links, and maybe Andrew, Richard, Phoebe, would you like to go over these?
Yeah, let's just make sure everyone knows where to find the places that you need to go to for this conference. We tried to make it very easy, and that we have information spread across Meta, in Telegram, and different places. So we tried to make it easy for you to find with this shortcut. So if you go to program.wcna.wiki, that will bring you to the Meta page that has the schedule and all the other information that you need for the conference. The home base for this conference is pretty much the Telegram chat. So if you're new to Telegram, it is just an instant messaging system that we've used in many of our meetups and in real life conferences in the past. So go to chat.wcna.wiki and you'll be brought to the Telegram channel directly. And then we're trying something different this year. We've been trying a lot of different ways to do conferences virtually and remotely this past year. And there is a system called Wonder that is like a virtual space where you can walk around and move around. And we'll show you some examples of that. But that's going to be in lounge.wcna.wiki, and that'll bring you there right away so you can try that out. And then we also have a master Etherpad, which is just WCNA_2020. And people should feel free to edit and add whatever you want to that Etherpad. It really is the community's Etherpad. So that's the first Etherpad, but feel free to make more pads and to link off of there with any presentations or content that is needed for the conference. And then finally, we actually have merchandise, and we actually have t-shirts, cups, and hats, I believe, right, Rosie, that are in the store, ready for purchase.
All of these links, folks, you'll see again in the info box on our page for this conference on Meta. So you don't have to take a photo of this. This is all available for you on our page on Meta.
Great.
I will note that the t-shirts are all being sold at cost. We are not profiting on the t-shirts.
The t-shirt prices are very reasonable. So hopefully you'll be able to get your fix there. As we mentioned before, we have a lounge.wcna.wiki. When you enter the space, you will be a small avatar, little head. The zones that you'll see there, we have 15 different zones. And those are only suggestions. You can use any zone you want for any purpose, but we thought these were a nice diverse set of different zones. There's a pet zone, there's a talk page theater zone, there's a edit-a-thon zone. And you can meet up with up to 15 people in one circle if you want, but feel free to move around. You might want to use a meaningful close-up picture of your face or whatever that you want to put there so people can figure out who you are. If you hover your mouse over another person, you can actually ask to join their circle or for them to come join your circle. So it might be a nice way to more gently meet and get acquainted with folks. But just try it out. You can walk up to folks and you'll immediately be brought into their circle and you can see their audio and video. So we'd love for folks to try this out. And if you have any problems, always go back to the Telegram group to ask any questions that you might have. All right, so today's schedule. Do we have any questions so far? We have a bunch of folks from different locales in the chat. We'll bring those up in a second. Oh, Columbus, Ohio. Great seeing you there. Europe. Great. Any other questions before we talk about today's schedule? Okay, if not, we will go to wcna.wiki. All right, so this is our meta page. And we tried to make it very simple with the 3 things you should know at the very top of the page there. We do ask that you register so we can keep you up to date by email with the most up-to-date information about the conference. And then if you go down further, you will see that we have the program. So maybe, Rosie, you want to tell us a little bit about how we're organizing the day?
Sure. So you can see we've already had some pre-events happen. We had a Smithsonian event. We had one regarding women in climate change. And you'll see that throughout the next 3 days, there's going to be more of those. What's happening now is the welcome. And then as we continue down that, if you scroll down the page a little bit more, you can see that we're going to go into the culture crawl. Now, the culture crawl has been something we've been doing ever since 2016. And we knew that we were not going to have another WikiConference North America without it, even if we go virtual. So this isn't a physical culture crawl between institutions, but it's all going to be online. It lasts for about 5 hours. There's a lot of different offerings by different people. And what we hope you do is take care of yourself. If you need a break, you want a break, please go take a break. You don't have to stare at a Zoom room for 5 hours straight. But feel free to kind of come and go as you like. There are different links, so it's not like just staying on one link the whole time, but you're welcome to come and go as you please. And get what you can out of the different offerings that we have.
Great. Yeah, and we're going to be covering the culture crawl topics in the afternoon, and hopefully folks will stay for that. And then after those 3 different tracks that we have, not 3 different sessions that we have, we're going to have lightning talks and the rest of the day. So maybe, Phoebe, you want to tell us a little bit about what we're doing after 5 p.m. Eastern today?
Sure. So the lightning talk session is going to be short talks, as the name suggests. There's a sign up page there. I think we're just about full for Friday, actually. There's a good number of talks. We are going to limit you to 5 minutes strictly. We'll cut you off. This is going to be over Zoom. The link is in the schedule. And so if you are signed up to give a talk, please plan to join that Zoom a couple minutes early and check your mic and sound before you do so. Rosie and I will moderate that session. Hopefully it'll be fun and entertaining to learn about all the different things that people have proposed. And then after that session, we're going to take a break. But then go to our opening reception in the lounge, which Andrew was describing earlier. So that's the separate platform, wonder.me, where we'll be able to talk to each other, hopefully, as if we were in person, being able to move around and chat with different folks. So I'm really looking forward to that, seeing you all again. And then that's it for today.
Great. Go ahead.
Yes, that should be a nice experience. So WonderMe is a little. There are a few platforms that have emerged in the last few months during the pandemic. A little like video game-like things where you can sort of walk around to different rooms and talk to people, sort of like Second Life, but as if it was invented in 1985. And also, we should mention tonight, actually this afternoon, so 4 p.m. Eastern, we're having the bit of affiliates roundup. So also people are welcome to give lightning talks from their affiliate or user group or chapter, whatever, in North America or connected to North America.
Tomorrow,
I'm sorry, that's
sorry. So we'll have another, if you look at the lightning talks page, be sure to note the times, because there's an affiliates roundup that we're having tomorrow, and also another set of lightning talks, because we know, as I said, this is participatory and people want to talk about their projects. So we'll have another block of lightning talks tomorrow.
So let's talk a little bit more about that reception for tonight. So if you've ever attended a WikiConference North America reception, you know that the keyword is fun. We're not going to be able to serve you beverages and hors d'oeuvres. There won't be any cake. So bring your own beverage, bring your own bottle, maybe bring some cheese, and just come and hang out in something that kind of feels like a ballroom, where you can go from table to table, joining different conversations. Richard is sort of going to put on his
Yes, I'll put on various farcical hats.
Yeah,
I will do my best.
and meander by and make sure people are having a good time. We're going to repeat this reception tomorrow night also. It's going to last for at least a couple of hours. So yeah, hope to see you there if you're not able to spend a lot of time with us in the different sessions today.
Great. Thanks so much, folks. So we'll repeat this tomorrow at 11:30 for anyone who wants to, for anyone who's coming and didn't have this orientation here, just to explain some of the platforms. But tomorrow we are starting the official program at noon, and you'll see it's a pretty packed schedule. We have not only the original programming for this conference, we also have affiliate or other activities, including a Commons Photographers User Group meeting, an edit-a-thon being done with News on Wiki. So there's a lot of great stuff happening. And then Sunday, if you have a chance, you can already start to see it's very much an open space type of environment. So you are absolutely welcome to go in there and just edit this table with whatever you want to do for meetups or for editing. And you can see that people have already started doing that in the table right there. But please don't remove the translate tags in there. So go ahead.
If you scroll up just a little bit higher, you'll be able to see that we've got one room in the Wonder Space that's marked for Spanish language speakers. We have another one that's marked for French language speakers. So again, picture a big ballroom with a lot of different tables, and one of them is for those who speak French and one for Spanish. But that's not really the limit. You can have one for Dutch speakers and whatever else. This is North American conference, so people speak a lot of different languages.
We were glad to be able to promote this conference on Central Notice Banner to English Wikipedia, French Wikipedia, and Spanish Wikipedia in all of the countries and territories of North America. And although, unfortunately, most of our programming is, or most of our formal programming is in English language, you're very welcome and encouraged to participate in Spanish or French or any other languages in the lounge space. As well as any other informal channels, and of course it doesn't just have to be one area. If there are enough Spanish speakers or French speakers, you want to do several areas. If you want to have some multilingual conversations, if you want to have some share some multilingual puns, which is very common among Wikimedians, the lounge space is a great opportunity for that.
And I just want to add one thing. So Richard started to talk about the affiliates roundup that we'll have tomorrow as a preview. So just to say again that if you are with a North American affiliate, and we're defining that loosely, right? Could be geography, but could also be topic based, and lots of people in the group are in North America. Feel free to sign up to give a short talk about your activities tomorrow in that session that we'll have. All the North American affiliates are welcome, and that's at 4 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow.
Very good. All right. Well, thanks, Rosie and Phoebe. And we're going to spend the rest of the hour on talking about the culture crawl, and then we will get into the specific sessions throughout the day. And we'll check back in with you at the reception tonight. How's that sound?
Sounds great.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. So other folks can stay as we transition over. Let's show some more folks that are coming here. Hi, Karen. She was at the Smithsonian American Art Museum edit-a-thon that started 10 a.m. this morning. We have some folks from Brooklyn. Great.
Hey, my hometown.
Yes, and India and Croatia. Wow, we're getting a very international crowd here. This is great. See so many different folks here. Oh, that's great. We've got Baby and other folks coming in from Charleston. Great. So let us get into talking about the culture crawl. So as Rosie said, this is a tradition that started in 2016. We'll be going over some of that history with you in a second. But we're so glad to have this open up to a global audience of GLAM folks. So the purpose of this is to kind of celebrate what we have been doing in the Wikimedia community with galleries, libraries, archives, museums. We didn't even explain that acronym yet, but we've been using it. But this is basically the Wikimedia community engaging with the cultural and heritage sector. And we've really come a long way in the last 10 years as we're up to Wikipedia at 20. So just to get to know us a little bit, Richard, why don't you introduce yourself real quick?
Hi, I'm Richard Knipel. I'm user Pharos. I'm Wikimedia in residence at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and I've also done some other cultural outreach, especially in the New York area.
Great. And I
Speaking of GLAM, there's Witty Llama.
Yeah, there's Witty Llama. We're going to be talking about Witty Llama in a second as the kind of the one who started this whole thing with GLAM. My name is Andrew Lee, also based in the U.S. in Washington, D.C. Richard and I have been working for the last year with the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and I've been a Wikimedia strategist. Just recently, I've been working with the Smithsonian Institution as the Wikimedian at Large. So we've had a Wikimedian at Large in New Zealand before. This is the first time we're having one in the United States. So this is to work on all different types of open access projects with the Smithsonian. But we've also had a Wikimedia in residence at the Smithsonian already in Kelly Doyle, who's the Open Knowledge Coordinator for the American Women's History Initiative. So I thought you should know about her as well as some folks who've had recent kind of new moves in the GLAM world. So as we said before, galleries, libraries, archives, museums is the acronym, but it's really not just limited to that, right? We could be talking about botanical gardens, performing arts organizations, scientific organizations. The Smithsonian that I'm working with now has got volcano research. It's got oceanography. So we're talking about not just strictly galleries, libraries, archives, museums. I think it's good to define this as cultural or heritage institutions in the public interest that have values aligned with the free knowledge mission that we have in the Wikimedia community. As I mentioned before, we have a Etherpad. So this presentation is actually linked to in the Etherpad. So if you go to Etherpad and go to WCNA 2020, you'll find a link to this and the 3 other presentations for today. So that'll encourage you to go to that Etherpad. So we're going to be covering 3 different topics today, and we really want this to be conversational. You may know that Richard and I do this kind of video show called Wikipedia Weekly, and it really benefits when we can bounce ideas off the audience and you're talking back to us by YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, and we can bring up your comments, your ideas, especially since we're going to be talking about what tools make you more productive as a GLAM editor or as a Wikimedia editor. And I always learn tons from our audience when we do this. So we're going to put up some ideas, but we want you to throw back some of the cool things that you know that you can teach us. So we're going to be talking about, kind of ways to customize your Wikimedia environment to make it more productive. And then at 2 o'clock, we're going to be talking about the Sum of All Paintings project, which is one of the most active ones relating to GLAM and Wikidata. And we'll have Jane Darnell, who's been very active in that project, coming on. And then the next hour, we're going to be talking about Wikidata and GLAM. And the way I like to summarize this is, I got data, Wikidata's got data. Is my data Wikidata's data? And that's not an easy question to answer most of the time. So we're going to be talking about techniques on how to compare, align, synchronize data from your data set or what you're interested in with what's in Wikidata. So we're really happy to have Silvia Gutiérrez, who's humanities librarian in Mexico, and Rob Fernandez, librarian here in the United States, talking about the tools and techniques they use in these areas. And then Wiki Loves Fashion. There was recently a Wiki Loves Fashion initiative, and it was pretty interesting to see what kinds of things we needed to solve and fix in Wikidata to advance the content related to fashion in not only Commons, but in Wikidata itself. So these are 3 very different topics, and they certainly don't encompass all of GLAM, but it's just a start. And in any of these conversations, feel free to let us know in the comments or in chat topics related and unrelated to that. We might start off talking about fashion, but we don't have to be limited to fashion. It's a starting point for conversation.
Yeah, feel free to share your examples, your artworks, your other cultural works that you've had that have been tricky to sort in Wikidata or in Wikipedia. Those are always a little bit fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I thought we would run down the state of GLAM Wiki in 2020 very quickly. We did this at Wikimania last year, and it seems like it's kind of appropriate this year just to say, here's what we think we know. Here are the channels you should probably pay attention to. What's the stuff I wish I'd known when I started off working with GLAM organizations? And unfortunately, it's not written in one place. You need to kind of find it in different corners of the Wikimedia community. So yeah, feel free to let us know in the comments as well what we're missing here. A very short history of GLAM Wiki. We had Wikimania, our annual global conference in 2008 at the Library of Alexandria. So this is the first time we'd ever really had it at a GLAM institution. And that was when Liam Wyatt, who's here in chat, came with us on this tour of the Library of Alexandria. And I think it went off as a light bulb in his head. I think it was just a student at the time saying we should be doing a lot more with GLAM institutions. And in 2010, he was the first Wikipedian in residence at the British Museum. And that, you could say, kind of broke through and showed all these different world-class institutions they should be working with the Wikimedia community and not just looking at Wikipedia as a strange project on the side of the internet. Fast forward to what we've been doing in North America, we've actually had Wikimedians and Wikipedians in residence at the National Archives in the United States. We've had, since 2012, a Wikipedian residence at the Smithsonian. And then 2016, we started this idea of a culture crawl. As we were having this annual conference around the US, we always ran into this problem that people fly into the city, they're so busy with the conference, they never get to see the museums or the cultural institutions of that city, and they try to sneak out 2 hours early before the conference ends to look at a museum before they have to hop on a plane. And we said, this is a very bad situation, and could we bake into the conference experience a formal engagement with GLAM institutions? And it really took off in 2016 when we had the Balboa Park Museums in San Diego, which is like a consortium of like 16 or 18 museums. And they said, yes, let's do this. And they hosted us for a whole day, and we went around to all the museums. We had 120, right, Richard? 100 some editors going around to all the museums, taking pictures, gathering information, and updating articles that day on GLAM content.
Each had their own little edit-a-thon, their own little priority task list. It was a nice sort of the encyclopedia of space.
Yeah, it was like a dozen mini edit-a-thons happening at the same time.
Yeah.
So ever since then, we've had this culture crawl. And not only that, we've had other folks take on this whole model as well. So what we did was 2016 Balboa Park Museums, 2017, as part of Wikimania in Montreal, we had the Bibliothèque Archives Nationale de Québec, so BANQ. We had a edit-a-thon of them to scan and upload content to Commons. We've had it in 2018 with the Billy Ireland Cartoon Library and Museum and the Metropolitan Library there. Last year, we had a whole day with the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, and they hosted us and we trained their folks, and it was a great time. And then last year at Wikimania, this is the Boston map here where we went to different places. And then in Stockholm, Sweden during Wikimania, they also took this idea of the day before the conference culture crawl, and we went to different museums and the Nobel Museum and did this in Stockholm, which was incredible. So really glad to see this model proliferate, and we're starting to do all kinds of cool things with this engagement with GLAM institutions. You can see that Jimmy Wales even stopped by to give us a pep talk there. All right, so it's been a great few years of open access in North America. The Metropolitan Museum of Art that Richard and I work with opened up in 2017, and that really did help a lot of other organizations say this is a way forward and an initiative we should follow. So the Cleveland Museum of Art in Ohio opened up in 2019, and just this past year in February, we had the Smithsonian Institution, open up their collection, which is pretty amazing to see. So actually, we do have Kelly Doyle here in our chat. Hi, Kelly. Wish you were here, but we will be sure to remember you in the presentation here.
Yeah, go up Buckeyes.
Yeah, exactly. Some changes. So you might know or may not know that the foundation has built up their GLAM team quite a bit. So if you go to the meta page, Wikimedia Foundation GLAM team, there is Fiona Romeo, who's now the senior manager for GLAM and Culture. And we actually have had Satdeep Gill for a little while here as well as the GLAM program officer for underrepresented knowledge. And then this is very new. Giovanna Fontanelle from Brazil has joined as a senior GLAM wiki specialist. And that's great to see. Giovanna has been very active with us in the Wikimedians and residence group. So it's really great to see familiar faces, but also a larger staff at the foundation dedicated to GLAM work there. We should not forget to also mention Alexandra Fauconnier, who's been working with the foundation for more than a year on structured data on Commons, but is no longer with the foundation. But she did so much work in the last year or two on liaising between the foundation and the community on structured data on Commons and Wikidata. So she was a great asset there as well. Anything to add, Richard?
Yeah, great to see people working their way through the Wikimedia ecosystem, whether it's from one institution or another, or from central organizations or affiliate organizations.
Yeah, and please let us know if we forgot any people that we should be mentioning here. Yes, and Liam here is mentioning that he ran the first ever GLAM Wiki conference in Australia. That's right. Actually, between that 2008 year and the 2010 year, where he was in the British Museum. So that's really good to know. All right, so some places for community discussions. For better or for worse, a lot of the discussion around GLAM is actually not on Wiki. For better or for worse, we actually have a pretty active Facebook and Telegram group. So if you are not in the Telegram group, I'm sure you can ask someone in the conference Telegram, where it is. I couldn't find the short code to get in there, but I'm sure someone can add you to that list. And then we also have mailing lists on the Outreach wiki site where you can look up how to join our various mailing lists, which are not terribly active, but we have lots of chat groups that are active in our community. If you're interested in this, Richard, why don't you tell us a little bit about REN, which you helped start?
Yeah, so a few years ago, we had a meeting of Wikimedians in residence, so people who work with, say, cultural or scientific or educational institutions to help get some of their content on Wikimedia, to get some of their sources, perhaps to release their images or multimedia. And we have a sort of a guild of Wikimedians in residence around the world. And we have monthly meetings, and people are invited to join if you're a Wikimedian residence or if you've been a Wikimedian residence in the past. And we're the Wikimedians in Residence Exchange Network, hoping to develop some standards of practice for the community. Find how should say museums and libraries and other institutions and universities engage with the Wikimedia world? What's the best practices? What to do, what not to do, how to represent yourself, and how to make it most useful for the community as a whole.
Great, and we want to emphasize you don't have to be a Wikimedian in residence to be part of this. In fact, there is no really good definition of what a Wikimedian in residence is, so we couldn't really reject you anyway. But we have a very big tent, and we really want to include a lot of folks in this conversation. So we have many folks who participate who are don't have that title, including myself. There is a GLAM newsletter. If you didn't know, it's on the very remote outpost of outreach.wikimedia.org. So this is published every month, and we've heard from the Wikimedia Foundation folks that this is really the only reliable periodic reporting of what's going on with GLAM in our community that they can read. So I think it's very important to report and to put things into the GLAM newsletter. I think it's on the verge of being published today. So it's normally the first week of every month is the deadline for this. So it's a good way to review activities of other folks, including the foundation, and to put in your own activities here. For folks who are new to GLAM Wiki, we always like to show them some of the tools that they should know about. We actually have a whole page of tools, but some of the useful tools for GLAM organizations to figure out what their footprint is in the Wikimedia universe, especially Commons and Wikidata, are tools like GLAM Organ and Baglama 2. And we are seeing other parts of our community now actively producing new tools for this, including, I think, Wikimedia Sweden, Switzerland, and Israel. So it's great to see more work being done in this area. And then JP Blunt, yes, we do have a Discord as well. Actually, the funny thing is we're getting more and more folks from Discord wanting to talk about Wikipedia. So I think if you go to Meta, there's a Discord page and it has a list of all the Discord servers. So I actually do participate in Discord quite a bit. Yeah. Richard, you may know this. Is there a Wikimedia in Residence handbook for a hiring institution?
I think they're not really. There are multiple handbooks. So a number of different affiliates have produced things like handbooks, but I don't think a central handbook has been developed, and that's one of the standards that we want to try to develop as Wikimedians residents and as different communities, and I'm sure as affiliates around the world. So to help standardize and make sure that people know what they're doing when they're creating a position like that, and how that position should operate.
Yes. Kevin, thank you, Kevin. Kevin has the shortcut there. If you go to WP:/Discord on English Wikipedia, I think Meta also has a pretty comprehensive list of Discord servers out there.
We are not yet on Twitch, but we're working on it.
We're too old for Twitch, unfortunately. It seems like. Listeria. We're going to be talking about Listeria later today. This is, Wikidata is amazing in terms of what it can do, but its user interface is very bare and basic. And in fact, we need better tools to look at sets of content and to operate on rows and rows of of data. So Listeria is one of those tools that has been very useful, and we'll have a whole session with Robert Fernandez and with Silvia Gutiérrez about how we utilize tools like this for maintenance reports and to fix problems in Wikidata. Integrality was, I can't remember if this is a tool winner. I know that John Fred was a winner in the Cool Tools Award that just happened, but this is a great tool that show you the completeness of certain data sets in Wikidata. So you should know about this tool, which is very new. I think it's only about, what, 2 years old or less. It was done out of a...
Completeness is an important Wikidata concept too, so it's nice to see that represented this way.
Yes, exactly. And then TABernacle. So TABernacle is another tool. If it looks a little bit like Listeria, it is meant to address sets of data in Wikidata in a tabular format there. Other tools that are useful, maybe if you're doing an editathon as a GLAM entity, and you don't necessarily want to, or it's not easy to teach people how to deal with all the ins and outs of editing individual Wikidata entries, we do have tools like Cradle, which is like a forms-based way of getting volunteers to enter in data in a way that's structured, which is kind of nice. So you don't have to edit the raw Wikidata entries. You have a tool like Cradle to create forms that look more like Google Forms for entering content. And then SDC, Structured Data on Commons, every year brings a lot of changes to what is going on with bringing Wikidata-like capabilities to Commons. So there's much too much to cover in just a brief talk like this. But even the SDC presentation from last year that Alex Stinson did in Boston is still really useful reading today, because a lot of the stuff that was like promised is now being implemented. So I would highly recommend you go to see the presentation that is Alex and Sandra's slide deck showing you all the capabilities we're building towards with Structured Data on Commons. But the big change that has happened, I think, is since last year, you can actually use a Wikidata query-like engine on top of Commons. So that is the WikiCommons query service at wcqs-beta.wmflabs.org. Just like in Wikidata, there's an examples folder, and you can see some of the queries you can do with a federation looking at both Commons and Wikidata. So take a look at that and see the cool things that you can do now by querying Commons, not through categories or free text search, but with actual statements. Jan says, seeing the Swedish church parish in Cradle reminds me there should be some cleanup. Yes, Cradle is great for inputting stuff, not necessarily great for cleaning up anything. So we need to do some cleanup after you use Cradle to enter things into Wikidata. So feel free. Does anyone else have any thoughts on Structured Data on Commons? Any cool things that you could do with it? Or what are some things you're looking forward to doing with Structured Data on Commons? Because it's still kind of a rough tool right now, right? It's nice that now for images in Commons, you can attach things like depiction information or any kind of statements for a WikiCommons file, but we're still trying to get better tools to work with them. It's great that we have a query service now, but we don't have quick statements or any of these other tools that we might be used to for Wikidata yet.
And you might see structured data coming to some more Wikimedia projects. How could it be useful in Wikisource? How could it be useful in some other places that we haven't quite deployed it?
Right. Exactly. This is something that has been talked about for the last year. So the idea of shape expression. So trying to put some schemas on top of Wikidata. This is something that is a standard that more and more people are interested in implementing. Wikibase as a Docker installation. So running the software that runs Wikidata on your own in its own instance. So Wikibase has been able to be run inside a Docker container, which basically means you just download it and can run it in just one command line. But there's a lot of other folks working on this now. I know a lot of GLAM institutions have downloaded Wikibase and are starting to do their own, triple store or RDF database similar to Wikidata. So we could have a larger federation of databases soon with GLAM institutions holding very robust, large data sets using Wikibase. All right. Other things, OpenGLAM, you should be aware of the OpenGLAM project. Some of you may know user Scan, Alex Stinson, Sandra Faulknier, all very active in not just GLAM for Wiki, but GLAM for the open community out there. And this past year, we did have a Creative Commons Global Summit Hack for OpenGLAM. Wow, that's a mouthful. Creative Commons Global Summit Hack for OpenGLAM. And that was a hackathon based around GLAM. It was really fun to do, and it was all online. as well. So you might want to look at some of the outputs from that hackathon if you're interested in seeing what went on there. All right, so we have about 20 minutes to talk a little bit about productivity. This is where I'd love to hear from the audience. Like, do you use these extensions? What preferences are we missing here? Again, this is not meant to be comprehensive, but anytime I try to do something beyond the first level training, I tell folks, turn on these preferences. I can't believe anyone can operate as a Wikipedia editor without turning these things on. So also known as stuff I wish I had known, but no one told me. And this is an attempt to try to tell you. So what are we going to be talking about? What kinds of preferences and gadgets should you turn on if you're if you have a brand new account, especially if you're a GLAM professional? What kind of user scripts? This can be really mysterious and scary. It feels like you're doing open heart surgery on your user account in Wikipedia, but it's not hard, but it is not obvious. It's not one button click. You need to kind of look at JavaScript, and if that's scary to you, it can be intimidating, but there are great treasures to be found in JavaScript. And we have an amazing community of developers who do really neat things. And do tell us your favorites. So this is my recommended list for folks, at least in English Wikipedia. So I apologize if not all these tools are available in your wiki. So I'll talk about one or two, and then maybe Richard, you can talk about one or two on this list that you like. For me, the number one that I kind of figure out I cannot live without after I go to someone else's account is navigation pop-ups. And this is kind of an interesting tool. And I'm going to stop my screen share for a second and bring it up in another window, because this is a way to look at content in Wikipedia without having to click on anything. And you're probably wondering, well, how do you do that if you're not clicking on anything? And the way you do this is, I'm going to go to English Wikipedia because that's just my home base there. When you mouse over something, you'll see that, right? And that's cool that you can see the lead. You can actually do more actions just by hovering over things there. And that is an option you have in preferences called navigation pop-ups, right? What other one do you want to speak to, Richard? What are ones that you find interesting in that list? Oh, you're muted, Richard.
Oh, yes. So I'm gonna second Rob, and I like Hotcat.
Yes.
The category interface is much criticized. There's part of structured data. It's partly meant to obviate it, but it is still awfully useful, especially in combing through the hand-built pyramid that is Wikipedia. It is my experience of English Wikipedia and some other language Wikipedias. Everything is it's very cobbled together, and being able to work with categories efficiently is a remarkable gift. And just being able to so the nice thing about Hotcat is you can add and remove categories without editing the whole page, which makes it much more difficult. So it's much more convenient to add and remove things, and also it gives you read ahead, whatever you call that tool. So if you start typing in something and the category exists, you can post it. So it helps translate categories, which is a very particular dialect spoken by people who practice categories on English Wikipedia.
Right, that's a great point. Yeah, and it's one of those things where I've used it so long, I thought that this was the default. But if you log into an account that is brand new, you don't have these plus and minus signs. And this is an easy way to get rid of categories or add categories by hitting plus and minus. And I've gotten so used to that. Yeah, and Phoebe says the same thing. Ours forget Hotcat isn't built in. That's absolutely right. But I do agree with Zico as well. Some people may not like the pop-ups, but I do a lot of vandal fighting, and it's just absolutely required for vandal fighting. But I agree, if you're not inspecting tons and tons of histories, it could be kind of annoying because as you move around, things start popping up all over the place, which could be a problem. Yeah. So some other things that people are bringing up, Raymond Leonard, yes, as the librarian in him is definitely very much referencing and footnotes oriented there. Yeah, harverrors.js, that's a good one. Excellent. Liam says, for those who practice categories in Wikipedia.
I don't want to prejudge anyone's preferences in that regard.
Yes, someone said, wait, you can add categories without Hotcat? Yes, you can. It's painful. It's really painful because you need to go edit the wiki source and know the exact name of the category. And how would you ever know that, right? So that's why you should plus sign here and then start typing,
Speaking of, so we're running through currently the community wish list. One of the community wish lists, which I'll give a little shout out to, is the ability to find out what links to something without and disregarding all the stuff on templates. That's another one of the little generative tools, like what links there, well, links here as similar to categories, and it's something that is not quite designed, but is still useful if you can see the gestalt of it.
Right. Yeah, and Twinkle is a menu. I think this is one of those tools that depends. If you're an administrator, you get some more options, but even as an average user, there's a lot of cool things you can do. I'm probably showing you admin stuff here, like you can protect pages, you can refer things for deletion and stuff like that. But there's a lot of cool contextual content you can do as a Twinkle user there. There is, Raymond also said, yes, Redwarn is a tool that I've seen a lot more people use. So maybe in the comments, people can tell us, I don't even know how new or old Redwarn is, but I'm seeing it a lot more. I've got it installed. I do use it time to time. It's a really nicely designed tool to help undo things fast, or to undo something and leave a message on a user page saying that was unsourced, or this is a BLP violation, a biography's a living person's violation. So yeah, more ideas, folks. I love this when we are like doing the jam, or like a piranha effect. We're like kind of all feeding in our little hints here. Hotcat, Twinkle, navigation. The more menu is also a great one. It's this one here, where sometimes I think it has purge and other cool things you need for particular pages there. Rater, I haven't shown that to you yet. Maybe we can talk about that later. Display and assessment of an article's quality. I don't know if you folks have seen it, but look at all this great stuff here that you get to see when you turn on preferences and gadgets that the average person does not see. I can't live without this now. I mean, by one glance, you can say when the article was created, how many page views it got in 30 days. I don't necessarily care that much who created it, but you can see how many revs it has. It's a start class by hand assessment. It's a GA by ORS assessment. So it's a lot of info that I wish was by default shown on a Wikipedia page. So I don't even know exactly what combination of tools get you all this, but it is a combination of things that you see here in the preferences gadgets in your account.
It should be a readout, or you should be able to clone your account, clone your preferences and send it to someone else, export them.
That's right. I mean, that's something we've been asking for a while, right, Richard? Like if we're at an edit-a-thon, if you could just say, click this one button and you get all the cool gadgets. And unfortunately, we don't have that capability right now. X tools dynamically show statistics about a page. Whoops. And then show page description beneath the title. So yeah, you get a lot of this stuff here just from those settings. All right, so those are gadgets. Those are things that are easy to turn on by just going to preferences, gadgets, and then you'll see a whole list here of things that you can turn on, like Hotcat. But then we get to things that are more specialized or are not gadgets yet, or things that people are playing around with. So Rater is one of those that I found out only because Rosie Stevenson Goodnight showed me. It's like, where have you been all my life? So we go to this page here. Rater right here will bring up all the wiki projects that this is part of that has been written on the talk page. And then, in fact, you can add it too. So you can go in here and you can say, I want to add it to a wiki project. Well, we already have Africa, right? So, for example, you're doing Asia or something like that. So you can actually add new categories here. I'm sorry, wiki projects here, and it'll add it to the talk page. You can even add a rating, a hand assessment here, and it'll write it to the talk page. So again, this is all operating on the content you find. Sorry, let me hit reload. On the talk page right there. So if you hit the talk page, it's basically editing all this content you see up here. But I never bothered editing this because it seemed too messy. But now you just go to the Rater tool and it does all this in a nice user interface, which is really cool. And it even tells you ORS thinks it's a B, so you might want to reevaluate what the hand assessment is there for you. So I thought that was really a nice tool that Rosie says she uses all the time just to help get a lot of women's bios, because she's part of Women in Red, up to a certain notification level. So it's on the radar screen of that project. And then this is just getting into the whole issue of ORS. I think you saw in the Cool Tools Award how many tools are based on this AI/machine learning system we have now. And it's just been a godsend. We really could not have scaled up to where we are today in the Wikimedia community without tools like ORS to give you an automatic, instantaneous assessment of quality or giving you some indication whether something's vandalism or not. So a lot of the tools and cool tools were vandalism fighting, or detecting grades of change for articles. So I am a fan of this one, which I'm not sure you've seen, and I only found out about it accidentally. If you go to the View History button here, and you have Epic Fail, who's Aaron Halfacker's article quality.js, look at this. I don't know if you folks have this, but I can see this green bar there, and I can see exactly when it cracked from yellow to green, and see that this edit here was the one that kind of made it go from this quality to this quality, which I think is pretty cool. And you can actually see sometimes that articles evolve to be better or worse over time. And I really like the color coding there, because it just gives me a visual snap right there to figure out, okay, there's something interesting that happened with the addition of this content right there. So I don't know how many people use that tool. I don't even know how you'd find out about it other than chatting with Aaron one night in IRC or in Telegram. And that's basically how I found out. And then one that I thought I'd trumpet from Kevin, who might be here, Kevin Payrabi, had a project to do sight unseen. So if you go to the bottom here, you notice I have these little icons here, and you can actually put a graphical icon next to the type of source it is, or whether it's at the Internet Archive, or whether it is a news article or a web page or a book. So that's kind of a nice indicator of which sources are books and which sources are web pages. And it's a nice way to kind of visually scan those things. So let's take a look at some of the comments there, while maybe, Richard, you identify some other scripts or things you want to recommend. But Kevin says, just released a new update last night. It also marks up advocacy, perennial sources, and predatory journals. Oh, that's great. So Kevin's going to be talking about this tomorrow, about highlighting sites that are kind of question mark in terms of reliability. That's great. Someone said reclassifying that article. Yeah, I think those are really stale classifications to see that there's start class right there. Yes, and this is a problem I have all the time, what Liam brings up. Like when I'm doing training, I need to create like a burner account every time I do training, just to get back in touch with the average person when they create an account. Yeah. So yeah, hopefully some folks have learned what Radar does. Reflinks is also a good one. Raymond has highlighted Reflinks. That's a good one. And then I just don't know if there's a great way to track all these JavaScripts. Do you know, Richard?
No. I mean, they probably need a gadget for it. I want to share a nice fun one that I came across recently. So this is Who Wrote That? Unfortunately, I cannot remember who wrote it. Who wrote that?
Bring that up.
I apologize about that. But it's a nice tool by being able to see who wrote a particular text in an article. Often these articles, they go back years and years, and it would take hours and hours to figure it out. So you can see like these words here have been written. The North America article have been written by D. Bachman. These words are written by Update Nerd. It's sort of interesting if you want to see like, hey, that's weird. Well, that part of the article has a particular tilt. Who wrote it and when did they write it under what circumstances? And this helps you see sort of the history of it. And it's the palimpsest that is most Wikipedia articles. That's a nice little, I think it's within the last year.
That's really cool. That's always been really tough to figure out. Yeah, that's really great. Some other comments here. Jupyter Notebooks. Yes, if some folks want to start getting into the coding side of things, we have a very cool system that very few people know about.
Very powerful. Very, very helpful.
Yes. And then some other folks said, I think Jan said here, yes, Visual Editor does have a Hotcat-like capability if you're into that. So you can do the same type of thing with the Visual Editor. So great recommendations from folks. All right, so some other things we can point to. Just to duplicate. Oh, so we're getting into Wikidata now. So Wikidata's the universe of gadgets and scripts are not as robust since it's a much newer project. But I think these are some that I recommend all the time to GLAM editors. Duplicate references, adds a link to copy references and add them to other statements on the same item. This is really useful where you just kind of click on copy reference and paste, 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 paste. You can kind of reuse the same reference over and over again. Recoin is also a great one. I use it all the time just to figure out, what elements am I missing from a an item. So for example, if I'm here and I was working on Pickle Lifter before, don't ask me why I'm working on Pickle Lifter. You can actually go in here and see, well, when other people have subclass of kitchenware, what do they like to see? And you can see that these are the typical properties that are set for other things of this type. And this is kind of nice in that it gives you a chance to add them right here in line. So this is kind of like saying there's no schema set in Wikidata, but it's going to try to give you the best estimate of what other things point you towards. So that's really nice. Recoin is that one. More menu adds a whole bunch of other things, including merging. So yeah, Jan has a good recommendation. There are some merge gadgets there. You definitely want that since we have a lot of replication in Wikidata with bots that are very industrious, to be kind. So there are multiple ways of merging, and you should take a look at a lot of those. Paul's a big fan of kitchenware. Yes, we'd love to hear about your kitchenware and fashion later on for that.
Some new shapes for Wikidata.
Yeah. Then some scripts. Now, there aren't as many scripts in Wikidata, but duplicate a Wikidata item. Magnus has got all kinds of great scripts here, obviously. Duplicate a Wikidata item is useful. Move or copy individual claims. So there's a move claims, there's a move claims 2. I don't know if there's move claims 3 or 4, but this is the one I use. I'd love to hear from other folks. Yes, Richard?
I say we can only hope to see the sequels of move claim 3 and 4.
I don't even know how to keep track of the sequels to these things. So this is nice, allows you to copy or move a claim, meaning copy and delete the previous one, which is quite a nice thing to have. This is an example of one that I made for a tool that I have, just to show you, just to show you it's not hard to make a gadget or a script that I just took someone else's and customized it very quickly to add a link to my tool in the sidebar that grabs the QID of what you're looking at and sends it to a tool. So it's not hard to do at all. You can take a look at some of these examples. Wikimedia Commons, Catalot. Recategorize batches of Commons files by clicking. This is a godsend if you've never used Catalog.
Wow,
before.
Especially if you make mistakes. If you've made mistakes in categorizing things, and you don't, it'll take 10,000 years, and you can fix it in an hour or two, or if you're faster. But it's great. It's a great way of fixing things that can easily become broken in the categorizing process.
Right. Yeah, Raymond had a great point here. I mean, I'm an admin on Wikidata, and I'm constantly frustrated. I don't have the tools I'm used to on Wikidata. So we don't have Twinkle or Red Warn for Wikidata. That's right. So I'm constantly not being too friendly to folks because I don't have a one-button welcome in Wikidata. Jan said we've got some other great scripts there. Identifier input. That's good. Is there a tool to put commas in the QID so I can eyeball how many digits it has? Oh, that's interesting. I do sometimes wonder, is that a 1 million or 10 million in the length of the...
I think we need a separator that's not a comma, and there should be like a contest for the appropriate separator symbol.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, structured data on Commons tool. So we actually do have Magnus doing a whole set of tools for SDC. So take a look at those. They work a lot like Catalot, I think. Yeah, it's kind of click and point lists, and you can operate and add a bunch of claims to structured data on Commons. Commons files with SDC. A really nice tool. Let's see, anything else? I think that is it for those things. And perfect, we're coming up on 2 o'clock. So that's a lot to cover. I know it's not meant to be comprehensive, but I'm really glad folks have found it engaging. And please keep pasting in your ideas into the chat. We're happy to bring up some of those here as we prep for the other folks coming in for the 2 o'clock. And let me, while you're chatting there, and maybe Richard, you can surface some of those suggestions while I bring up the other slide deck for our next session.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, good salute to Crop Tool, the tiniest Cool Stool Award winner. So it's something that is, very simple, but took a while to develop, and we should have more little things like that are useful. Oh, there's someone who really wants Twinkle on Wikidata.
I want Twinkle on Wikidata. I was thinking of trying to port it myself because I was so frustrated, but I don't think it's that simple.
One of the things you can talk about in the WikiConference North America lounge You can have a twinkle on all platforms table or /rug. And we have quite a few tech people here. So if you want to do some hacking, I mean, it's not officially a hackathon, but you can use that room for hacking.
Yeah, or propose an open space session on Sunday to figure out how do we bring more of these warning, protection, admin tools to Wikidata. I've been missing it myself.
Yeah. So another fan of Crop Tool, asking if it can maybe be used for SVGs, or it would be nice if there's some sort of like built-in SVG functionality in Commons. I don't know if that is beyond the realm, but I'm always a little clumsy with SVGs, and if there was some native functionality, that would be nice.
Right.
Some love for the global user badges gadget. So you can get a quick clue on which files in a category are used and where. That does seem useful. It's always fun to see like which images are used in different language Wikipedias.
Right. And we are very happy to bring in Jane Darnell. Jane, are you there? You are muted, and I don't want to unmute you unless you're ready to be unmuted. And I will bring up some of our painting slide while we're waiting for. Yes, and Lingua Libre. Benoit brings up Lingua Libre was one of the winners.
Hi.
Well. Hi, Jane. Good seeing you.
Yeah.
Excellent. So we've been doing the jam session. I love it. We've been kind of going over little tips, tricks, favorite gadgets, and everything with a very, very experienced crew of folks here. In the chat, which is great. But I thought this would be a really good time to talk about some of our paintings, which
Hi,
is
Rosie.
yeah, Rosie's there. And this is a project that I only encountered fairly recently, but you folks have been involved with for a long time. So maybe you can describe very quickly what some of our paintings is and why has it become a phenomenon that it is right now?
Well, that's actually pretty easy. Some of our paintings was coined by Martin Dummers, and it's just the idea was to have an item for every notable painting. But then, of course, you have to define notable, because what's notable for Wikipedia is not the same thing for Wikidata and so forth. So Martin sort of started pondering the notability question, and he went off on a tangent to just concentrate on top collections. So if you have a national gallery or, you know, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, that are recognized as being universally important collections, he was going to go and get those entire collections, which is great. If you're going to seed a project from, you know, a kind of a handful of things that are coming in from Wikipedia's, and then, you know, to go out into the real world and start looking for GLAMs that can contribute, then yeah, going to the top museums makes perfect sense. And I went the other way. I said, well, you know, what are our top painters? Because I'd been working on painters since, you know, 2010. And, you know, if we have those painters, who gets to say this is actually by Rembrandt or this is actually by Leonardo da Vinci? So I went the catalog route. So going these two different directions, we have tons of intersections, obviously. So, you know, back in the early days, you know, we were talking about 2013, Martin would be like, well, if they have like 3 Rembrandts, it's probably an important museum. I'll go see what that's about, you know, and he'd try and get the collection. So he sort of started collecting based on the kinds of stuff that I had been working on. And you know, we both live in the same general area here in Haarlem, and our most famous painter here is Frans Hals, and I had done Frans Hals already on Wikipedia, so that was an early place to start. I started with Frans Hals, and then I went to Jacob van Ruysdael, and the interesting thing about Jacob van Ruysdael is that was my first foray into landscape art, and one of the things that he actually ended up painting a lot of was the Haarlem Church. So if you go to Wikidata and try and find the church that's depicted most often in paintings, it's going to be the Haarlem Church. And most of those paintings are going to be done by Jacob van Ruysdael. So we have this page up there for the sum of all paintings, which is what the name of the project is. And to be honest, I haven't even looked at it in a couple years. I mean, we've tried to trim it down. It's not a very welcoming page. The magic is really in all the subpages that's behind this page. The reason it took off and became such a popular project is fairly obvious. It's a very photogenic project, right? There are a lot of famous paintings in there. There are a lot of famous paintings that look really good on the screen. There are a lot of famous paintings that look really crappy on the screen. But you can illustrate any project, any Wikidata project using the paintings. And in fact, if you look at Wikipedia's, and you think about, if you think of Wikipedia as a big bell of information about everything, that bell has like no colored pictures before color photography, which started somewhere around 1950s, right? So, hey, Rajiv, yeah, we got to talk about the India paintings. In fact,
we forgot to even talk about that. Yeah, that's a great project. It
was a great project, and it was very quickly done. I mean, it was just a very recent thing. But just to finish my summary of why this became so easy to use to illustrate things is that almost everybody who is coming into Wikidata, I mean, we have people who are from the outside, but most people know Wikipedia, right? We're Wikipedians and we're coming to Wikidata. But Wikipedia is illustrated with paintings because if you want to do anything before 1950, you need colored paintings. So the collections that early on granted, Creative Commons access to their collection, they're the ones who are illustrating Wikipedias in every language. So I think the Amsterdam Museum started in 2010. And when did the Metropolitan come in with their copyright-free donation? Was that
2017?
2017. Yeah. So
we had some things before then, but yeah.
Yeah, but that has been so instrumental in enabling us to present various aspects of paintings. Now, coming to this Indian project, obviously my concentration has always been on the Dutch paintings and on the Dutch 17th century paintings. And that's still the most fun for me, but it's been a real challenge to say, okay, I've been working on this little corner of the universe here in the Netherlands. If I try and take this set of tools and Listeria lists and monitoring lists, and I take it to another country, a country that's not in Europe, what will it look like? And that was the whole point of going to India, because India didn't have a whole lot of paintings yet on Wikidata. And India has a completely different painting tradition. I mean, obviously, being colonialized by the English for so long, they have the British painting tradition, but that's not really part of their culture. But if you look at what we did in such a short time, it's really cool. And of course, that has everything to do with the fact that the infrastructure is there, and it's there. It's all linked to this, what we call the SOAP page. So everybody who gets involved in paintings, we call SOAPies, because we're cleaning the metadata, right? It's constantly cleaning up every messy data set that you can imagine. So I thought it would be fun if we could try and get people to be interested in SOAP by just, trying to think of something for the holiday season. So just this afternoon, I thought, I'll just sit down and try and figure out how many paintings we have of Christmas trees. And it turns out we didn't have any. We had 2. But of course, I was able to create a list fairly easily using Google, because I still can't find stuff on Commons. I don't care, how structured the data is. It's still pretty messy. So now I have a little list of Christmas trees. But we also have this huge, incredibly large amount of old religious paintings, and they're all over the world, and they've been very avidly collected by museums all over the world. And they come from churches, and they're often, for nativity scenes or for, the Adoration of the Shepherds, Adoration of the Magi. And we really need help working on those. And if we could just get people to seasonally look at those and use the diptychs and the main subjects and so forth, it would be really helpful. Because, of course, most museums that have a collection will only have the titles of the paintings in their native language. In Europe, a lot of museums will make an effort to get it into at least in one other language. So you'll see that they will try and use English, or they'll try and use French or something. But it's mostly, we're really dependent on Wikidatans who speak another language to actually share the titles of the paintings. And unless we actually have the painting, we can't have any other way of seeing what it's about, right? And obviously, if you're importing the metadata, that's all you have. You don't have the subject data. So you need the diptychs to actually give you a little bit of an impression about what it's about.
I think you hit on what was the kind of the magic combination that makes this project work, is that, as you said, Martin Dammers is the very astute and productive bot creator, right? So he will create bots that will try to do a fairly good job, but they need a lot of help cleaning up or connect things. And it's kind of like the perfect kind of, if you want to call it, like this perfect cyborg blend of like bots doing the heavy lifting broad work, but putting a human-oriented task in front of smart people and getting the best of both worlds, right? Kind of the scale and volume of the bot, but the smarts and the judgment of a human with these things. So this is one example. Go ahead, Richard.
Welcome to cyborg art history.
Cyborg history.
Yeah.
Digital cyborg humanities is a future study there.
Cyborg art historian.
I think this is a great example of one that Martin was just showing the other day. So if folks in the chat, whether you've seen this or a similar project, this was a bot, right, that Martin didn't even go to an external site, right? He basically is just operating within Wikidata saying, hey, you know what? If we can find if a painting is a genre P136 of a portrait, saying that Wikidata thinks it's a portrait, and it lacks a main subject, can we infer that from the label, right? So if it says Napoleon I, there's a pretty good chance the main subject is Napoleon I. But we want a human still to kind of be the final arbiter of that, right? We don't want to just crazy bot add that. So he just generates tons and tons of work lists, and these could be really useful for editathons and things where we're not asking people to learn everything about notability, reliability. We're just saying, here's a very defined task in front of you. And we've got these candidates that have been generated from the bot. Can you help do productive work, right?
That's true. I mean, there's a lot of work like that. And there's also a lot of fiddly work that's just adjacent to that. So when you look at portraits, I mean, almost all of the biographies on Wikipedia are illustrated with portraits, right? Especially for people who were born before 1900. And it would be really nice to be able to match up the wonderful, beautiful, large resolution Google Art images that we have of the same portraits that, and switch those out with these sometimes really crappy black and white images of the same portrait that people uploaded back in 2006 or 7, right? So, yeah, that's also really hard to do because there's no real way to match up the spelling of those names. A lot of times you're missing the middle name or you're missing the married name if it's women. So yeah, that's a really great intersection where notability is really not the issue. It's just cleaning the data and linking the information.
Right. And this is another set of tasks that Martin has set up for us to do as well, saying, hey, these are artworks that we have in Wikidata, but it's missing the inventory number. So this is this could be an accession number. It could be just some kind of unique identifier that the institution has. And we call it inventory number in Wikidata. And this would help more precisely pinpoint exactly the object in a external entity's collection, which means that you could potentially get better metadata by hitting their database and bring it in. So sometimes these are like, oh yeah, that we're missing the inventory number. Sometimes they're very complex reasons why we don't have an inventory number. Have you done any of these types of tasks, Jane? And can you describe what are some of the challenges I mean, I think working with some of the paintings, you realize the world's a messy place. There is no clean way to say painting equals item, right?
Right. The issue with the inventory numbers is really, really important. If we just look at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, that museum was founded, I think, in 1871. And so they started counting their inventory numbers in 1871 using the year of acquisition and then just the number. Like, okay, this is painting number 1 and this is painting number 2. So
Right.
they started with 71.1 and 71.2. And then, of course, they flipped a century and went to 1900. And they were like, oh, this concept of a century. Yeah, maybe we should change the numbers and go 1871, but you can't, they didn't want to change it, right? So then they just kept fiddling around. And then somewhere, I think in the 1960s, they're like, yeah, we're going to have to turn those into 19, whatever. So you have now a combination on the Metropolitan Museum of Art where you have the early paintings that are from before 1900. They actually have 2 digits and then a dot and then the number. And then after that, it's the full 1900s year and then the number, dot and number. And now with 2000s, I think they have like 2000 something and then dot and a number and then dot and another number, right? Because they have these collections that they've been ingesting. So they'll give the collection a number and then they start numbering again from 1 and so forth. So yeah, numbering is really important. And the main goal that most institutions strive for, and which I think is a great idea, and unfortunately not every institution understands this, is that once you give a number, you should try and keep the number forever until you get rid of the item. And so the idea is that it's a fairly permanent number. But you'd be surprised how many museums don't publish the number. And pretty important museums do not publish those inventory numbers. And I think it really is a conceptual difficulty for a lot of people. I think even art historians don't really get why it's important. I mean, it sounds like a strange thing to say, but they think that if they just give you the title of the painting and the creator and the measurements, that's enough information. You don't need to know anything else. And the inventory number for us is super important because it helps us when we're doing merging, right? We know if it's got the same inventory number, we're talking about that same entity, wherever it is. And it's very important to make the difference, to point out the difference between the inventory number and the catalog number. So that's
right.
Another problem that a lot of people have difficulty comprehending, because every director of a museum, might be working for like 3 years on a new catalog, and then they have the definitive catalog that's going to, supersede all earlier catalogs. But they don't realize that in 2 years it's going to be outdated. So as soon as you get another acquisition, it's outdated, right? As soon as you sold one thing, it's outdated. And a catalog number is different from an inventory number. And if you think about it, they kind of sound the same. So it's really hard to explain this difference. But I don't think we explain it well on our SOAP page. But it's really important to get a handle on this concept because it's so important for sorting, categorizing, and making cross-reference lists if you're referencing other paintings.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would be very surprised and maybe impressed by how much detail we go into in terms of inventory numbers, catalog numbers, the provenance, and the history of artworks as they move across, where they've been exhibited. So this is a great example of we're looking at the list now of some of the question marks or suspected cases of like, we don't have an inventory number. What should we do? And this one is a great example of the thing we run into all the time, which is, what do you do with diptychs, triptychs, polytics, right? So,
oh my gosh, yeah.
Not politics as in political stuff. Politics is multiple panels of something, and this is such a headache. And our colleague Jeannie from the Met is on our chat here too. Maybe we brought up with her too. I think she agrees with us that, and she has advice. Let us know. We don't know what to do when there's like an inventory number for something that has like 3 pieces, but then someone else treats it as 3 different inventory numbers. And like a lot of these altarpieces, Jane, have been broken up, right, and then put in different places.
Yeah.
And like one museum might refer to the entire piece with one inventory number, but it's another inventory number somewhere else, but it's not the whole thing, is only part of it. And what do we do in those situations?
Well, it's really awful because I've been working on El Greco. I see there's an El Greco there in the picture, and the El Grecos were kind of left untouched up until the 1900s, which is really unusual for such a famous painter. But of course, he's one of these painters that got picked up by the Impressionists, and they ran with him because especially his later works are so impressionistic, and they were taken out of the churches and sometimes rearranged based on the way people thought they remembered them, but not quite. And then in the churches, they actually paid to have copies made. So when you're talking to people in, who actually know those churches, they're like, oh yeah, I know that painting. It's there, right? So they think that's still the original. They didn't get the memo that it's actually a copy.
Right.
So it's really hard to actually figure out which is which. And the old catalogs are also very unclear in a lot of respects as well. And I think that's going to be typical for a lot of the painters, especially the painters that got popular before we had all the chronological work, and all the high-tech work that they have these days to figure out what's original and what's not.
Right. Now we have a few numbers, so hopefully there'll be some sort of standard be established over time.
Yeah. Well, it's always cool, I think, to find out what they discover and all the new little tricks they have of figuring out all sorts of things. Also about the way painters started working on a canvas, right? Or how they painted over something that they didn't like, or that they started to cut down.
It strikes me, Jane, that you're like an art collector. You're collecting these great works of art around the world, and you're identifying all of their individual characteristics. And it's very much like a collecting, like if you were collect classic cars or something like baseball cards or whatever, anything like that. But it's like it's a very individualized and understanding and an interesting way of doing it that is perhaps that would not be possible, in art history appreciation a couple decades ago.
Right.
Yeah, but it's really weird. What I've been collecting most of all in my work on this incredibly huge group of paintings, whatever, I think we're up to nearly 500,000 paintings or something. I'm actually collecting stories about paintings and not so much paintings. And certain paintings stay with me just because they have the most amazing stories, right? Like some of those paintings that, were put in the salt mines, or even paintings that got blown up in some, horrible catastrophe. It's still a point in time for the body of work of that artist, and you don't want to lose it. So even if you have just a crappy drawing of it somewhere, you still want to keep it just for its data point in the continuum of work of the painter. And I think it's important to hold on to those stories, to realize we don't actually throw away any metadata. We try and gather it all together and make it into some sort of continuous story. But what I think is interesting is that we're at the point now where we have more items in the collection that is under the SOAP project than any one museum anywhere in the world. So we can talk about what were popular subjects over time. And I think it's interesting to see what is obviously popular to us today compared to what was popular in 1900 or what was popular in 1800, just by looking at the art market over time and what sold well and what didn't sell so well. And I think it's fascinating to see that if you look at the body of work that we actually have that's dated, we have a huge group from the 1700s, which I like to think is all my personal work, but of course it's not. It's just because that's what people like to collect. I mean, the Metropolitan Museum of Art has a ton of Dutch and Flemish 17th century painting. Why? Because that's what the Gilded Age liked to look at and what they like to collect. Who knows why? But the other big bell of work that we have is the Impressionist paintings, which people still love today, right? So we have like this huge peak for the 17th century, then this huge valley for the 18th century. It's like, did nobody create anything worth looking at in the 18th century? That's so weird. And then you have like this, what is it, the realism over the 19th century, and then boom, you just go way up for the Impressionists. It's like nothing touches the Impressionists, right? I mean, and some of them have thousands of paintings, and they're all treasured. There's like, you know, one drawing from Van Gogh. It's just so incredibly expensive, and I find that also somehow very fascinating. It's like, why is it that we have these moments in art that become so important to a large group of collectors?
Right.
Because we're not making the decisions. It's the people with money who are making the decisions.
Yeah. It's the other kind of art collector.
Right. Jane, I thought you mentioned depiction information. This might be a good time to show some tools that do this and get input from our watchers who might give us some advice on tools and practices. So we just happened to look at this one, Tower Falls and Sulphur Mountain. So I showed you before, like, I had been involved with the Smithsonian in making this tool, which is the Wiki Art Depiction Explorer. So this is what the gadgets we showed before. If you click on this Wade tool, it will bring you here. Oh, I need to connect with Wikidata. So you need to connect your tool to Wikidata with OAuth. There we go. And this is one tool that doesn't let you set zones, but it wants you to type in things that are in this image, right? So you can say tree, and it will, oops, batch a tree there, and it's just going to start batching these up there. You can say waterfall right there, and it's going to suggest terms based on how often they're used in other paintings. So this is different than if you just entered them directly into Wikidata by just giving you an exhaustive list. This gives you some kind of adaptation to what kind of image you're looking at. So if you're over there, you can say add these artworks to Wikidata, and those will make those 2 edits to add P180 statements on your behalf, which is cool. Then you can go to genre or artist of the same type. But then there's also the other tool, right? There's the Wikidata image positions tool. I think eventually these two should be blended somehow because they're 2 very different tools. So if you go here, this is Lucas Werkmeister. You can see the same image brought up. You can now actually add regions. So you can actually go in here and click on waterfall, and you can say, there it is right there. And I'm going to make a bounding box for that. And I say use this region, and then it should have added it. Let's go look at Wikidata. Hopefully my contributions will have that there.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing, is while you're presenting to try and find the thing that you did.
Exactly. So you can see here that it did create a claim of mountain, tree, and waterfall like I did.
Oh,
and
nice. Yeah.
it's tagged it with the Wiki Art Depiction Explorer right there. If any of you know Edward Betts, we contracted him to do that. He did a great job there. That's a funded project there. And then this is Lucas Werkmeister's tool here. And you can see that it put in this bounding box there. And I would never type that in myself. It's just too much work. So
yeah, I wondered about that. Yeah, because I use the notes on Commons, or at least I did before Wikidata. But I know that this tool exists, but I like you said, I would never type that in myself.
Right. And I don't even know what the diff looks like. Let's go in here and say diff. There it is. So that's what the diff looks like. Relative position with an image.
Right
there. So yeah, these are 2 tools that work really well together. And then mountain would be a little bit tougher because it's all over the place there. But this is a really nice tool from Lucas Werkmeister. And if you look at, some folks have gone overboard. There's some very famous big portrait paintings. I
was just going to say this would be really handy for the large group portraits, because going back to the depicts of famous people, you can, crop out a face if you need it for a Wikipedia article, if you know that the person is in the painting, but you need to have the actual indicator so you know who you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. Like
this is the one.
Oh my God. Yeah,
I think this is the one he uses all the time for demos. Yeah, that's a little breathtaking there. So
yeah. But of course, that's also true for these gallery paintings, right? So you have these paintings of personal collections, and it would be nice to be able to crop those out and say, well, this is that painting. We actually know where that painting is, and it's in that museum. It's the same sort of thing.
Right.
Oh, this is for jewelry and other attributes. Yeah, we could do a whole fashion edit-a-thon based on paintings and portraits, especially portraits. But we don't really have a good way of describing the actual articles of clothing. I think I mentioned the other day that I can't believe that I'm the person to actually create the true cross of St. Andrew, because St. Andrew's cross is so important to all these different projects, but nobody ever really thought of it as being an actual wooden cross that this guy was martyred on.
Right. Now, Jane, I'm going to give this question to you. This is the $10 million question we're always trying to answer, right? What information should be stored in Wikidata and what should be stored in Commons when it comes to artworks and things like that?
Yeah, well, that's an easy answer. I mean, it's the visual data should be on Commons. I mean, when it comes to how do you hook up this visual information that we need to see, how do you hook that to this Q number in such a way that it's sticky? That's the exact same question as I was trying to describe about the inventory numbers. How do we know that this thing actually belongs with that metadata? And of course, that's a challenge for everybody who's working on Commons and Wikidata at the same time. I think I spend more time these days on WikiCommons than I do on Wikipedia, just because I'm constantly referring back to the image to make sure that I really am talking about the right image. I mean, whether it's a triptych that's been cut up into multiple copies of itself, or, it's some actual painting that actually has had a photograph taken of it by a Wikipedian at a Wiki Loves Art or something. Do I have the whole painting, or am I looking at a copy of that painting that's just a portion of it? So it's just it's a tricky question. At this moment in time, I don't think there's anything that the Wiki Commons artwork template has that Wikidata does not have. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Jarek has done his best to make sure that we have everything available to us. I mean, I have my personal preference. I hate typing in the stupid height and width and length, and I put that in the Wiki Commons thing. That's the only thing that I refuse to do. But
right. Yeah, dimensions can get really hairy in Wikidata, right? Because we don't have a very robust way of capturing all the dimensions we need for.
Well, as far as I know, you still can't put it in quick statements either. So I use quick statements a lot as a shortcut to upload a painting metadata in one sort of fell swoop into Wikidata and just sort of inject it in there. And there's no way to actually add the measurements to that.
Yeah, so nice philosophical question from Mahir. As far as making bounding boxes for people and images goes, should the person's entire body be boxed in or just their face? So this goes back to where the seat of the soul is, which is a question is it in the heart? Is it in the head, or is it in the entire body?
Yeah, but this is the decision that Wikipedians make when they add this stuff to info boxes, right? Because I mean, sometimes they'll crop the face and it's like this, right?
Yeah, no, maybe the nose. I mean, there should be a standard. Or maybe there should be like two eyes, or some like reference points.
You're just peeking out.
So you can mess with them. So you can remix them. So you just I guess write those artificial intelligence things. So if you specify where the two eyes would go. I mean, I guess if even someone has one eye or whatever, you can specify where the eyes would go, and you can sort of mess with their face and edit it into other faces. That'd be kind of nice. So that's a free tool.
I'm always curious. I just want the whole painting in there, because I kind of want to look at the whole painting, and I figure the artist decided to make this painting of the person sitting in a chair, and he painted their knees. Well, then I'm going to go look at those knees. Whereas a Wikipedian is like, just give me the face. I just want to look at those eyes and nothing else. But there are whole projects, right? There are certain Wikipedia languages that really obviously prefer just the head. I don't know why, and maybe it's a cultural thing. But I don't think we need to do that.
And a few spots so you get the nose, the eyes, the feet, and you can like make a little like skeleton, a little bounding box of all their different dimensions. Then you can have them animating and walking through different paintings.
There was an interesting question from Rob, and I don't know the answer, but some people on this chat probably do. I remember, so I'll share my screen. I remember adding this to my either gadgets or user scripts for the interest level, but then I've never used it because it basically, everything that is here is it's very nihilistic, saying this seems weird or incorrect. Which I think is true for anything in Wikidata. It's kind of
so it's an evergreen. It's not wrong.
Nothing is great in Wikidata. Something can be good and very good, but nothing.
Some things are great, but they're still maybe weird or incorrect.
I guess so. Someone remind me what this tool is. I turned it on only recently. I can't remember if it was a user script or a gadget, and it puts this right after the instance of. So yeah, let me know what that is, because I can't remember. And I remember looking at it for the first day and I said, I don't think this is giving me useful stuff other than it can do cool things like this. I think it was something related to knowledge graphs. That was why I turned it on. So there's another question about IIIF. If people don't know what that is a very much standard within the academic and library community for images of multiple resolutions being served up and browsed, managed, stored. We do not have great support for IIIF in any of our systems, Commons or Wikidata. We do have a IIIF manifest property in Wikidata that we can just kind of point to a IIIF manifest, but we don't really do much with it at all. I know that
I've never seen it in use. To me, it's just like one of these things, like the depicted icon class codes. It's like, okay, that's great for people who actually use that stuff, but I don't, so I can't help them. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, at least we are now having some conversations with the IIIF folks. So we've kind of had them informally for every year. We kind of have some Wikimedians go to their IIIF conference, and they do want to work with us. There's been some rudimentary tools on WMF Labs that have worked with IIIF. I think there still is a Mirador viewer for Commons, which is like their standard viewer that IIIF folks use. But I think we're starting to talk to them more, and maybe some resources at the foundation are going to be put into creating IIIF compliant resources on our side. But it hasn't been a priority. But it is very, very popular among academic librarians and libraries that deal with 5,000, 6,000 DPI, scans of stuff.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the icon class codes is a great tool as well. So that's just this kind of Dewey Decimal based idea where you actually say, okay, this is a Madonna and child, but it's, the Madonna is nursing the child, or the Madonna has the child standing on her lap, or the Madonna has her child in her right arm. It's just this kind of very specific way to describe these mostly religious stuff. Of course, they say that for everything, but if you really drill down in the data, they're really good at specific religious stuff, which is very important for art history because a lot of the art that we have was commissioned by churches, and the churches tend to have their best sellers that they wanted per country, and they're different. So, it's a great way to actually sort the stuff in a sort of a general way.
You're talking about icon class, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. But again, I mean, it's kind of thing that's used by a relative minority of librarians, same as I think this IIIF. And I don't know if we can, if we will ever get to the point where we will be able to contribute to those things, because these are the kinds of tools that we don't have in our homes, right? We're just regular folks. And I think that's something that the outside world always forgets, looking in at, who we are and why we do this weird stuff that we do, because it is pretty strange. Oh yeah, and Liam, I saw a question come by. He wanted me to talk about generate art, which is Which is really funny because you were showing that waterfall, which is a typical example of generate art. Waterfalls and flowers and vases are very, very generate. I mean, the idea of generate art is basically what you have left over after Hitler decided that this huge body of modern work was degenerate art. So if you take away degenerate art and you burn it, what is left? That's generate art. And so there was this big exhibition here in the Netherlands in 2015. It was interesting. I really learned a lot by going to that exhibition. I mean, I never thought about generate art. I had heard about degenerate art, but I never really thought about, oh, who actually sold their work and who collected work and, you know, who went to the shows and who got to decide. I mean, it must have been a very strange world because all the really important people were just gone, right? They were gone or banned or murdered even. So it's a very strange group of paintings. And it has this weird aftertaste. Like, do you really want generate art on your wall? Do you want to have it in your museum? It's really kind of eerie, I think. And there seems, I mean, maybe it must be my own emotional reaction, but if I know it's generate, to me, it looks different, right? I can't shake this sort of creepy feeling I have looking at it. But yeah, I don't think we have it's not a genre. You can't say this is a generate art genre. we can't really mark them either.
Genre. I mean, what is any genre? I don't know. I mean, I imagine if things have been written about it, then it's enough. Then it's a genre or it's something.
Well, no, not really. I mean, so for example, the paintings about Christmas trees that I found, which if you go to WD soap / Christmas trees, you'll pull up that little short list that I created. I mean, Christmas trees, it's daily life. So it's actually genre art. The genre is genre art. But there could easily be a generate painting in there. I don't know if it is, right? So the generate art is just the art that was left over by the Nazis during that 5-year period when they were killing everybody who was creating what they considered to be degenerate art. I mean, they went back in time and said, this is degenerate. But then by default, everything left over is generate. But it's not real generate art is art that they actually praised, that they said, this is what we want to show in our museum.
So did that term and that conception come from the time period, or was it was created after the war and people were like, sort of, was it like maybe for that museum exhibition a few years ago?
Yeah, I think it's a new term. I mean, obviously to the Germans, there was art and there was degenerate art.
Yeah.
And then you had like, if they could just totally divide the group of paintings in existence in 1940 between what was generate and what was degenerate, then everything had already been created. So they hadn't, it didn't become degenerate. It was labeled degenerate. But then after 1940, anything that was created with their, approval is really generate art, right?
Yeah, and there have been, I guess there have been a few recreations of the degenerate art show, which they made, I think before they destroyed the paintings or got rid of them. And this is sort of, I guess, a play on that and sort of like showing this parallel universe of, what we have this sliver of art history left. And it's kind of, I mean, obviously it's a terrible subject, but it's sort of a great way to appreciate it. It's sort of a fun way to show the perspective on that. So I hope we can have an article on generate art at some point, on English Wikipedia or any other language Wikipedia. I think it's an interesting concept. It sounds like there's an interesting exhibition. So we have articles on some interesting exhibitions. So if someone wants to work on that,
that's true.
Go ahead.
True. I did add a generate artist, one of the artists who was promoted to the Dutch Art Academy during the war and became a judge of art himself. And he died under very suspicious circumstances. I forget his name. Ed Gerdes, I think his name was. But
So Jane, did you add these Christmas tree? You added all the depict statements for these Christmas trees?
yes. So I just did that this afternoon. So I thought I really liked the one by Grandma Moses. Grandma Moses is going to go into public domain in a few years. I was like, oh, I'm actually going to be around to see her works go into the public domain. That's cool. But yeah, the Lovis Corinth at the bottom I really liked, and that one with the very colorful one in the middle by that Florine. I never heard of her before, but I thought that was nice too.
Yeah, the Stetheimer. Yeah.
But it's funny. I mean, if you compare this to nativity scenes, we have way more nativity scenes than we have Christmas trees.
So we're an opportunity in the contemporary art market, painting more Christmas trees.
A not operator be useful on Wikidata. Yeah, it could be an interesting operator to have.
Very dangerous suggestion there. It's
well, that's the problem with Wikidata. Once you create stuff, you can't uncreate it, right? So you have to. We really need to tiptoe forwards.
Right.
In many ways.
Now, Jane, you and I were talking before this about a really cool piece that came out in the New York Times. My only hesitation is once I put on the screen, I cannot upload this into Commons anymore. I think because it would be, it would be copyright issues. So I'm not sure what to do other than I will try to de minimis.
Oh, right. Yeah, that thing. Oh, yeah. You can just put the link on the screen. It is a fascinating story. I don't know. Do we even have the painting? I didn't even check. I was going to, and I didn't bother.
I will put on the screen very quickly. Hopefully the Commons folks will not freak out when they see this. That's a tall order.
If it's just text, then you're not adding to it. It's like a cover of a catalog.
Right. But I thought I'd just show it real quick for folks. If you want to take a look at this, it's a really cool piece that is almost like looking through a depiction exercise in Wikidata here. So you can actually scroll through and it kind of zooms in on different parts and really tells the details of different parts of this. And this is just to show you, this could be something we could do in the future if we have the regions, right? We can annotate regions and actually make animations and interactives like this.
Just if you stop on that one, that one moment where you have the Indian on his knees in that shot, and then in that same shot, it shows you the actual pouch that he's wearing. It's in the British Museum. I thought that blew my mind. I thought, that's so cool. It's two different museums.
That is a Wikidata moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that person is wearing that pouch, and that pouch is in that other collection. Of that other video.
Yes.
And actually, I noticed there's so I was looking at this work of art, and I noticed that the First Nations artist from Canada, Ken Monkman, has a work called the Death of the Female that is partially inspired and playing off of this painting. So we might use like the inspired by Wikidata property for that one.
Pouch. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that I try and do a lot. So that's something you can show is the list of copies. I'm always adding to that list. It's getting to be a huge mammoth list, but so if a work is after work by somebody else, I'll go and I'll look for that original, and then it'll go into the copy list. That happens sort of semi-automatically. And it's getting to be one of these mesmerizing things to browse that list, see all the copies that are out there over the ages. And it's amazing that there are still so many modern copies of older works. So a lot of, especially Impressionists, were inspired by earlier. Yes, Canada, yeah.
Yeah, we thought this was like the perfect WikiConference North America artwork to look at because this is actually in the Canadian
that's
museum.
very true, yeah.
But this was a really fascinating, just from an interactive standpoint, how they deconstructed it. And as you said, like right when you think that, oh, I learned a lot, it's like, wait a minute, I'm only 1/3 the way through, and they keep going and going.
Keeps going. It gets deeper
like
and deeper.
wormholing this thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I did try and poke around to see if we had something similar, and I did find something that had a Christmas theme to it. I don't know if I can show you the link, but it comes. I just created the item, but it's it has, I said that Christmas was the main subject. So it doesn't have a Christmas tree in it. At first I thought it was a Christmas tree and it would go on the list. And then I realized, no, the Christmas is the theme. But it was a very odd painting of a coach that was parked in front of the courthouse in Philadelphia. And it had an Indian standing right in front of the coach. And it wasn't clear what he was doing there. And then this lady who's getting out of the coach and, she's poking her toe out, very odd. And this has to be a Christmas theme. And it was one of 71 paintings by this painter, JLG, yeah, not Christmas Eve, no, JLG, I can't remember his last name, but I think it was, what did I say? It depicted a horse-drawn carriage. I can't remember, but this was installed in Independence Hall. Oh, you have to go to, Independence Hall, Pennsylvania is the collection, okay. and it's just a very odd painting that was number 31 of, I think I said horse-drawn wagon. Number 31 of this 71 painting exhibition that was in Congress Hall and Independence Hall in Pennsylvania for like 20 years as a way to depict the history of America. And I'm looking at the painting, I'm thinking, oh man, this must be so problematic. And then I started to look around and see, well, where's this painting today? Because it was based on some Library of Congress postcard. And I couldn't find out where it was in a collection. I thought, oh, I bet somebody was like, we got to get this off the wall because this is not kosher. This is not a good thing. Right. There was just too much wrong with it. And I thought, oh, but that's a lot like this painting that's now in Canada that clearly the British were uncomfortable with. Otherwise, why would they get rid of it? But it's Benjamin West is one of the most important early American painters, right, of the early 19th century. So it's very unusual that it would be allowed to go to Canada. And of course, the Canadians are very happy with it now because they've got a really nice piece of history with that thing. And it's an incredible painting, really. And I had never seen it before this article came out.
Yeah.
It does make me wonder, what else did Benjamin West do? I know he did a lot. There it is.
Okay.
Like, this is such a weird painting.
It is a weird painting.
I mean, look at the way she's getting out of the carriage. I mean, that's not the place. I mean, she's sitting in the driver's seat.
Right.
Because otherwise she's coming out of the cabin from the front. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the perspective seems a little bit off too.
The perspective seems off. It's called Christmas, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with Christmas. And then it's part of a series of something that was a big crowd pleaser, apparently, for at least 2 decades. So it makes you wonder what the other paintings are like. Right. And sure enough, the category, yes, that guy, Ferris. Yeah, that's right. Named after a famous painting, right? Jean Jerome.
Yeah,
his father was also a painter and was a big fan of.
Looks like it belongs on like a chocolate tin as a Liam.
Yes, that genre. Yeah, it does. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure what they call that genre other than kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Cookie tin art or something.
Cookie tin art, or when you get those plates that you can put on top of the doorway or something.
Right. But thanks a lot for the insights into this. And people, there's lots of stuff to do in this project, right? We've got lots of task lists. We've got lots of things you can do. We're going to talk later, maybe next, we're going to talk about things like Listeria. Pretty much some of our paintings depends on Listeria to create reports and things to do, right?
Right. And, this is North America. So I'm just going to put another call out there. Whenever I am in the States, I always like to go to libraries and town halls because I know that those have these paintings in them. And we are missing a lot of early American paintings that still exist. We assume they're all gone, but they're not gone. They're locked into, town halls and libraries in fairly small towns, and these are the portraits of the founders of the towns, or the portraits of the most important industrial businessmen of the towns. And the next time that you're at your folks, go to the library, get a picture of that painting and upload it to Commons. Because we have all the buildings, we've got all the Carnegie libraries from the outside, but it'd be great to get the paintings that are inside these things.
And we have our Christmas detective has determined that the man in the coach appears to have a sprig of holly in his hat. So thank you, Jenna.
And there's kind of a wreath on the horse, I guess, or something there.
There's some holly there. It's a very odd painting.
Yeah, would love to get some more info on this painting. That's quite...
Well, also on the series, it's in a category. You can see the rest of the series. They did upload all the 71 of them, but he was apparently not the only one. So somebody else was also doing these series, and they must have covered the walls. I quickly checked the Independence Hall and Congress Hall, and they look like they have just, barren walls today.
Interesting. They're calling this Rococo Revival.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too. I never heard of that before.
Interesting. Huh.
But like you said, the perspective is off. Obviously these were not real horses. Yeah, I ended up here, and I couldn't figure out where the painting actually exists.
Perhaps there's a deep allegorical meaning.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah.
Great. Well, thanks so much. And you're welcome to stay with us for other conversations around our next topic, which is Wikidata and GLAM. So yeah, we're going to be talking about Listeria and other tools for reporting on data sets. So OpenRefine, Listeria. We'll show you some Google spreadsheet tricks from folks who might be using some of those tools to query Wikidata. So stay tuned. We'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back. Okay, thanks, Jane.
Okay.
All right, folks, welcome back. Sorry to turn off the beautiful music. If you don't know, that was one of the award-winning tools that was announced in the Cool Tools Awards today. That was Listen to Wikipedia, and that was listening to recent changes on English, Spanish, and French. Wikipedia is reflective of the North American theme that we have for the conference. So welcome back. If you haven't been watching, this is the GLAM Culture Crawl. This is talking about galleries, libraries, archives, museums, or the work of cultural and heritage institutions with the Wikimedia community. I'd love to introduce Rob Fernandez. Hi, Rob. Somehow let me unmute you there for a second.
Let me unmute myself. Now I'll say hello.
There you are. Great. So tell us a little bit about your background, your Wikipedia history, and what you do now.
Well, I've been working on Wikipedia since 2004, but most of the time, these days I'm on Wikidata, which I'm really excited about. All the possibilities that's opened up. I'm an academic librarian in the Washington, D.C. area, and unfortunately, I don't do that much Wikidata stuff with my work other than general evangelism and trying to get everyone on board with it.
Great. And you're part of the board of Wikimedia DC and do a lot of work with the GLAM institutions in the city here, right?
Yes.
Excellent.
The Smithsonian, the National Archives, Library of Congress. So.
Yeah, and what I thought was so interesting when Rob was here earlier commenting on the discussion we had with museums, which is really great. And we, as Wikimedians, I think oftentimes see GLAM as some monolithic, cultural and heritage folks, and it's very, very different. And as I've worked over the last 5+ years with different entities, you realize that museum folks and library folks have very, very different ways of thinking about the world. Right? So what was great seeing Rob's comments in the slide saying, you museum types, it's kind of nice to standardize your data, isn't it? It's you never thought about that before. Like we music librarians do that all the time. So that's something that, I think Richard and I work with museum side, and a lot of what they do is just trying to work with their collections. And if it happens to play nice with the outside world, that's like gravy, but it's not a primary concern.
Yeah,
librarians are the opposite.
Fast-paced word of music librarianship. Museums are just struggling behind.
Well, it's funny. They figured out the standardization hundreds of years ago. It's like, here's Mozart. We're giving each of his works a number. Deal with it. And we all moved on.
Yeah. And that's what's so fascinating is that we don't realize that the needs and the orientation of those groups within the GLAM acronym are very, very different.
Yeah.
So that's why when Wikidata came on the scene, we saw this kind of real surge of librarians coming into this thing saying, this is so exciting. Whereas they were kind of ignoring Wikipedia before. I wouldn't quite say ignoring, but weren't jazzed about Wikipedia because librarians aren't interpreters and writers of things. They are catalogers and filers and finders of things. And Wikidata really resonated on certain harmonics, right?
Yeah, I think one of the problems was that as librarians, we're trained to help people find reliable information from reputable sources. And then here's this thing on the internet that anybody can put anything on and we're all freaking out about it. And so obviously it's more complicated than that. And a lot of librarians have gotten on board with Wikipedia and understand the nuances and subtleties and how to use it in the library setting. But that's, that's a general first impression that a lot of people have had.
Right. And so that's why I think this session is kind of interesting because as we mentioned before, the main theme of this is I have this stuff, Wikidata has that stuff. Are they the same stuff? And how different are the two stuffs? And I think when Wikidata came on the scene, we were very heartened that librarians really, this was heart and soul what librarians do. And librarians brought this expertise to the Wikidata community that we had never seen before.
Yeah, because a lot of the concepts that are used in Wikidata have been used in libraries for hundreds of years. And I don't mean tech concepts. I mean like fundamental concepts like what's an authority file? And, you know, maybe you've never heard that term before, but it's very common in libraries. An authority file is just like, here's what tells you who William Shakespeare is. And this is what essentially, maybe not literally, but this is what all the William Shakespeares and all the library catalogs link to. This is the William Shakespeare. And so that's what Wikidata is now. And so it's a very understandable concept for a lot of librarians because like, oh yeah, Wikidata is just an authority file. We've been doing that all the time.
Right. So that's where OpenRefine comes in, right? So OpenRefine has become kind of the go-to tool, and we'll talk about that, and then maybe some other things that are doing the same type of thing that OpenRefine does, but there's a whole variety of things that we can do if we don't need the heavy lifting of learning OpenRefine. So I think that the 20-second explanation of OpenRefine is basically a tool that does what we call reconciliation, right? It tries to take your data set and tries to line it up with some other data set, in this case, Wikidata, find out what matches, or what are probable matches, and giving you the tools to try to reconcile whether it is an exact match, close match, or you need to do something else. Right?
Yeah, you're going to be hearing that word reconciliation a lot over the next hour, a lot. And it's basically it's just the concept that, is this William Shakespeare, the William Shakespeare you're looking for? Is this John Smith? You know, how do you distinguish one John Smith from another?
William Shakespeare, who just came into the news, is the second recipient of the British vaccine.
Yes, and I'm surprised he doesn't have a Wikipedia article yet, honestly.
Right. Yeah. So OpenRefine is a tool that Google created as an online tool originally, right? So kind of like you have Google Docs, Google Sheets, and it was, I guess it was just called Google Refine at the time, right? So it looked like a spreadsheet tool. You uploaded your tabular data, and then you could have Google on their side hit some other database and try to figure out whether it matched or not. And then what happened is Google, like many projects, lost interest in it and said, we're not going to do this anymore, but we'll release the code to the public if you want to keep maintaining it. So some folks took it up, and basically you can download OpenRefine on Mac, Windows, whatever you want, and now run it almost like you're running your own Google service on your computer. And it basically is like a supercharged spreadsheet program that can hit an external database to check stuff, right, Rob? And what do you use it for? Can you explain kind of what your mad scientist room is for in your house?
Well, no, the Wikidata room was a victim of the pandemic. But I used to have a Wikidata room where I just set up a laptop and a chair and let the laptop run and do like 2 million edits. Because it takes a bit of time. And as I discovered, you can't run it on your regular computer unless you want to do anything else. So I had to set up a separate computer and just let it churn out these edits over and over again. And I'll explain, and we'll circle back to that in a second, because reconciliation is one of the reasons I ended up making 2 million edits at a time in Wikidata, is to aid with reconciliation. And like I said, I'll explain that as we go on.
Okay. Do you want to screen share, or do you?
Yeah, but before we screen share, I did want to show off my new T-shirt.
Oh yeah,
yes, from it's from look for Scotty the Red. Yeah, look for Scotty the Red on Instagram or Twitter.
Wow,
and so I am prepared today.
That is the first. No, is it? That's probably the second OpenRefine T-shirt I've ever seen, but that one's much more groovier. So.
All right, so I guess if we want to start screen sharing, I can show. I have OpenRefine up. Let me see if I can.
Yeah.
Okay, Chrome tab, OpenRefine, and so. All right, so in OpenRefine, I don't know if we've been clear. It's like, well, first, let me start off by saying OpenRefine is incredibly easy to use. It does not require coding or tech knowledge. And I don't have either one of those things. And I am able to make millions of edits with OpenRefine. So if you're interested in automating your data process, and you don't have a tech background, this is the way you want to do it. OpenRefine runs on your browser. And so you'll just run the program, and then it'll pop open on a. Did we just lose Andrew? It'll pop up on a Chrome tab. And so what you can do with it is, it's basically, like Andrew said, it's a spreadsheet on steroids. And as you can see here, what you can do is you can take an existing spreadsheet. And this is a lot of the work that I do. I'll take an existing spreadsheet and throw it in OpenRefine and match it to Wikidata and see what's in Wikidata and what isn't in Wikidata. And it will let you create new Wikidata items for the stuff that's not in there, and it'll let you edit the Wikidata items that are already there. So I don't know what you can see on this window here, but this is basically...
Zoom in if you want.
Let's see. I don't know how to do that, I'm afraid.
Oh, if you just do it on your screen, you can sort of... I don't
know.
Oh,
you mean like this?
Yeah, it works.
All right.
Around.
Yeah, it's a low-tech solution there.
Yeah.
So this is the one of the many projects we're working on is like... lots of projects like that. This is all the women in the Maryland Women Hall of Fame. And what I'm doing is matching them to Wikidata and seeing who's in there and who isn't in there. And then I'll create new items for the women that don't have Wikidata items. And edit the Wikidata items that are in there to reflect the fact that they are in the Maryland Women's Hall of Fame. And so this is what reconciliation looks like. It basically looks for this name. Let me actually zoom over here so you can see what my mouse is doing here. So it looks for this name in Wikidata. And you can see there are many different Edith Clarks. So this is a process. This is what we call reconciliation. We're figuring a lot of it is automatic. So if you put in names and birth dates and death dates, OpenRefine will match it automatically to a lot of items. And you can see some of these items are automatically already matched to these Wikidata items. But sometimes OpenRefine will say, well, I can't figure out which one this is, so you're going to have to choose for me. And so reconciliation does require a lot of data checking and checking the results of the automatic process. And this is where it gets a little dicey, because sometimes you'll see a good description. It'll give you birth dates and death dates and tell you who these people are. Sometimes it won't tell you any information, like just born 1899, or it'll just be blank. And so that makes it very difficult. You can see this is like, there are a couple large data sets that people have inputted into Wikidata, including almost everyone with an ORCID ID, and everything in a website called thepeerage.com, which is basically everyone who's ever been a British peer or married to a British peer or related to a British peer or been on Pitcairn Island or saluted the Queen or whatever. And it's just this huge mass of hundreds of thousands of people, but there's not much data about each individual person. So what that has done is, and so this is the part where I'm going to talk about my personal process a little bit more. And feel free to jump in if anyone has any questions, but that made reconciliation a little difficult. Like if you put in 1 million Edith Clarks and don't describe who these Edith Clarks are, then it's impossible for a person doing what I'm doing to match Edith Clarks. And so what I've done is I've looked at these large data sets and made 2 million edits to them, just adding descriptions, saying this person is a scientist who's an ORCID, or this person is a British peer. We don't really know anything about them. They're from the 19th century, or maybe we don't know anything at all. And just that little piece of information that the people who imported these data sets neglected to put in, it makes reconciliation, by my putting it in there, it makes reconciliation easier for everyone doing this process. And so even if you don't know anything about this Edith Clark, at least by process of elimination, you could figure out like, well, this is a scientist, but my Edith Clark is not a scientist, so I could just discard this. Or they're not a British peer, or they were never on Pitcairn Island, or whatever. You could just discard it.
So a lot of your work hinges on ORCID identifiers, right? So
not really. My work with ORCID came about because I was just trying to clean up the ORCID items so they would get out of the way of my other work. Because all the ORCID items would just be like, here's 700 people named Edith Clark who are all scientists at various institutions around the world, but none of that is reflected in Wikidata. The differences between them, so they're just people named Edith Clark.
So just to be clear for folks, make sure they know what you're talking about. So if you go to Wikidata and you look for like Jonathan Smith, which you know you're going to get like 100 people come back, you get a lot in Wikipedia, but in Wikidata you get 10 times as many, right? So what you're talking about is the description underneath.
Right.
Here. You want something to tell us, but you probably have like 50 Jonathan Smith academics too, right? So
yeah, so
what you were doing was this part here.
Right, that was necessary to distinguish lots of people who had, like, there were many Jonathan Smiths in ORCID, and so it wouldn't let you put in a duplicate description. So to disambiguate them, to differ them from one another, I had to put in the ORCID number or some other number.
Right. Okay, so you just hit on something there that a lot of people may not know, or I've often forgotten, is that Wikidata will not allow you to put in an item if it has the same label and the same description, right?
In the same language, yeah.
In the same language, right? So that is a hard block. So that's why you need to make it pretty unique, and you did it by putting ORCID equals afterwards. Now, was this completely uncontroversial, or how?
No, it was very controversial because people objected. A lot of people objected to it, and my answer was, well, you figure out a way to distinguish them, because there's literally no other information in this item other than Jonathan Smith ORCID ID number.
You didn't know their birthday. You didn't know their place of
birth. Like, a lot of people are doing good work with ORCID, and they're importing really more specific information into Wikidata from ORCID, and they're doing a great job with that. But a lot of these ORCID items don't have any other information other than a name and a number.
Right.
And so, unless you want to clutter this up for every other user of OpenRefine and Wikidata, you need to put that something there. And so it was controversial, but basically there was no other solution offered to the issue. And so that's what ended up happening. And also, I guess nobody wanted to do 2 million edits to undo what I did. So
that's another advantage.
That's interesting. So that's great. So you had this laptop chugging along, adding these ORCID IDs just to make sure that each Jonathan Smith or Jane Doe had something unique in the description line. Otherwise, you just have a big pile of completely the same items, right?
Right, and it makes reconciliation for some names literally impossible.
Did you know this factoid here? This is, oops, sorry.
Oh, that's amazing. I completely believe that. Because when I was inserting those numbers, most of the people that I had to insert those numbers for weren't Jonathan Smith number. It was a name in Mandarin and a number.
Right.
With the vast majority of them.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, it's amazing that the most populous nation in the world, they only have like 2 syllables for their names for the vast majority of people, which is like,
Yeah.
You know,
and I want to say, like, Wikidata has, as a person who's very interested in Asian art and history and literature, and it's been very difficult in the past for me to work with these things, because it's like, okay, I have the name of a writer, and it's 2 characters, but there's 100 people in history who have this. You know, the fact that Wikidata assigns unique identifiers to each person has enabled me to be able to do more work with those people in other languages that, you know, my lack of fluency in those languages had limited me from doing it before.
Right. One of the commenters here says it reminds you of a list of fuzzy things in the sky.
Thanks, Jonathan. There.
You know, I never thought about that. That's a brilliant comparison. That's exactly what I was doing. It's just like, these fuzzy things are in my way. I need to catalog them, and so I can go do my own work.
So OpenRefine can help align these. As you said, you can set a certain threshold in OpenRefine saying, if you can match X, Y, and Z, we're going to consider it a uncontroversial match. But then if you have some ambiguity, you need to have some human intervention, right?
Yeah. And though I do usually go through by hand and cross-check everyone, unless it's a gigantic data set. But and then even as much work as you can do, you still end up creating duplicates, unfortunately, and that just happens. Now, some people don't care, and then they just throw everything up on Wikidata and make other people clean up the duplicates. We're not going to name any names, but and I unfortunately have created a lot of duplicates, and I regret that. But it's helped me refine the process that I use to reconcile and to prevent learned from a lot of those mistakes and done my best to clean them up. One thing I should note is reconciliation is maybe not as advanced as people might think it is. So it might not necessarily read similar names. Like, I don't know, I haven't tested this one, so it's a bad example, but Mike versus Michael, maybe. But I have had things that are not matched when I have a middle name and the Wikidata item doesn't have the middle name, and it will just not always hit that match.
Right.
And so it's really important for people, when you're putting people in Wikidata, to put as many aliases as possible. And what aliases are is alternate labels, alternate names. So if it's Edith Clark, you put in Edith A. Clark and Edith Ann Clark, and all the variations that you can think of that this person may have used. And it's really important because it makes that item more discoverable, both by humans and by tools.
Right. And something you can do with OpenRefine, there are more advanced modes, so that if you're comparing against Wikidata and you don't find it, you can actually get OpenRefine to generate the quick statements, right, to create new items.
Well, yes, but you can also create it directly from OpenRefine too, which I've done. I've created thousands of items that way.
Right. So OpenRefine,
it's remarkably easy, perhaps too easy. But
so it can do a direct API call and just operate on Wikidata directly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you see down there underneath a list of Edith Clarks, it says create new item. So if you decide none of these Edith Clarks are the one that's on your list, you just click that create new item button. And then when you do your round of edits, it'll create a new item for you.
Right. Very cool. So OpenRefine, as you said, it's not too hard. We've got some good tutorials out there now. I mean, 3 years ago, maybe we didn't have as many. I think we have a fair amount. You've created some just for the talks you've done in the last year or so at different conferences. What are some of the things that you think people should know about OpenRefine that go beyond the surface of just matching? Are there any other cool tricks you can do with OpenRefine?
Not really. I mean, I know there are very advanced users that are far more advanced than me in OpenRefine, and it has so much functionality, and I'm only using it for like basically one specific thing. But it's basically a Swiss Army knife for data. Like, you can, if you have a messy data set, it'll clean it up for you. You'll forget, even if you don't even touch Wikidata, you can use it. I've used it sometimes to merge data sets, or to, like, if you have, it's got I don't know the best way to describe this, but a fuzzy match kind of thing, where if you have an Excel spreadsheet of free text columns, and some of those are similar, and you want to make all those similar names have one unified name, OpenRefine will do that for you. OpenRefine will go through your data and say, well, this one has a comma and this one's spelled wrong and it's close enough. And it'll find those matches so you can clean them up in OpenRefine. And it's absolutely, so it has so many uses that just go beyond Wikidata.
Right. I think that's a good point, that it is just a cleanup tool. Even if you never use the database function, just bringing in a somewhat messy, somewhat clean data set and being able to normalize it is a very powerful thing in that tool.
Yeah.
John Sadowski said ORCID IDs are a good placeholder and can be used to change to something more descriptive. So, yeah.
A vote of confidence.
Yeah, no, and that's a really good point. It's like, these items are not supposed to be, they're basically placeholders, and eventually someone will hopefully write a Wikipedia article about this person, or include more information about this person. So,
and it's super easy to change the label. I mean, they change all the time. It may be too easy to change the label.
Yeah, we don't want to encourage vandalism, but that's a really easy thing to do. So, I don't know. I mean, I could talk about this stuff for hours, because this is a lot of what I do. Like, and I especially focus on women and underrepresented groups, and I try to find lists from halls of fame, or lists from biographical dictionaries and that sort of thing. And I try to add them to Wikidata to make them more discoverable, to link things together, to link them with pictures, and to facilitate the creation of articles.
Right. Well, I think what we can do is we'll bounce through like 3 major tools for dealing with lists, not verses, but lists being checked against Wikidata, or vice versa, Wikidata generating lists that we can use for utility. And then we can loop back to some more specific cases. And we'd love to hear from the audience, like, what are some of the tools you use. Have you used OpenRefine for things that go beyond the 90% case, which is what most people do, is matching it against Wikidata? Are there some cool things that you can do? I've never gone to the point of doing the API calls because I'm too scared, which is really weird because I do it all the time with code, but I somehow am afraid of OpenRefine by accidentally uncorking a monster in OpenRefine. But we'll go through these tools, then we can kind of loop back for expert cases of these things.
Yeah, because maybe it is too easy. Because if you told me like 2 years ago that I would make 2 million edits on automated edits on Wikidata, I'd be like, "What's wrong with you? I can't write a bot. I really shouldn't be doing that. No one should let me do that."
Right. So what I'll do is I'll show you some examples of how we've used Google Sheets. So it has a very similar paradigm, right, of a grid, and then how do you match it against Wikidata? But we're using very low rent API calls that you can call from Google Sheets, and then maybe we can talk about Listeria, and then we can go deeper into some of these use cases.
Yeah, because I do like the Google Sheets. I feel like OpenRefine is a good substitute for that, except OpenRefine won't let you get those ORES numbers that I'm rankings that you're going to talk about.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, that would be cool if you could extend OpenRefine. It wouldn't be too hard.
I'm hoping someone will write a plugin or something for it.
Attention coders.
Yes, attention hackathon candidate.
Hackathon, yes. Join the hacking space in the lounge.
Yes, that would be a good thing to hack on in the lounge, actually. So this is a tool which is actually built on Google Sheets, and I think we first showed this in 2017, actually, in Montreal Wikimania as like something we're goofing around with, and a lot of other folks found it useful, and we just kind of kept pouring new functions on top of it. So imagine the only thing you need to do as either a Wikimedian, or we've given this to people who know nothing about Wikipedia, like curators and library types, just put a list of things you're interested in column A, and all the rest is populated by looking it up against Wikipedia and Wikidata. So this is often great for editathons or prepping for work lists. And we just did this recently with Smithsonian. So we had curators say, we're interested in whether you have these women in Wikipedia. And it's like, oh, great, put their names in this list. And the cool thing about this is just uses normal Wikidata and Wikimedia API calls. So if you haven't done it before, you definitely should get this. If you go to add-ons in Google Sheets, you say get add-ons. There is a add-on called Wikipedia and Wikidata tools. Yes. Oh, I love this. Wow. We are not on our game. We should have called this session Making a List. Bravo. We're checking it multiple times.
We're very seasonal. Thank you.
Yes. So what happens is here, when you put the name in here, you can see Melody Hobson, Dina Powell. It'll use the formula that it has baked in from these Wikipedia and Wikidata tools. Now, these are very rudimentary tools. It was done by some Google developer a few years back, and I don't think he's ever gone back to revise them. So I've taken that JavaScript code and I've tried to enhance it with ORAs and some other things, but it's kind of, haven't had the time to put it back into GitHub, but at least there's some functionality. So what I've extended to do is to actually go out and call the ORAs API. So I made a new function called Wiki ORAs. And that's the cool thing, is that it can actually go out and immediately, in one snap of a finger, give you what ORAs thinks it is. C class, good article, start stub. It'll also look up the Q number, right? If you give it the Wikipedia, and unfortunately it has to be the exact match. So it has to be like Lillian Vernon, businesswoman. It has to match the exact name of the article, I think, that's in the Wikidata item.
Yeah, that is unfortunately a major drawback to this tool. Sorry.
No, it is. I mean, but it forces you to kind of have to find the canonical name in English Wikipedia, for better, for worse. It'll retrieve the description in English, in this case, retrieve an image if it can find it, and then pull in anything else you want. So I said, let's pull in the occupation. Does it have a VF identifier? Does it have a Library of Congress identifier? It can also hit the page views API, so you can actually see. Yeah,
I like that. That's really useful.
Yeah, that's really neat. So you can pull in the page view API, and then now, once you have all that information, the cool thing is you can actually analyze it. So if I click on the analysis tab here, you can see that there's a fat middle. Like the bulk of them are C class. There's 6 that are start, 1 is stub, and you actually have some kind of like a rainbow graph here. And the cool thing is you can actually rank, get a sorting of them by most popular to least popular. And then what Rob and I have done in the past is that if these are folks who are live, let's say you're going to an event where you know all these people are going to be there, you can actually check to see if you have headshots for these people already.
Oh, yeah, I remember this tool back when we were allowed to go to events.
Yeah, exactly. When going to live events was allowed. We would use this for book fairs or book talks, so a book festival. So you could actually put all the people who are going to show up at the book festival into this tool and find out which pictures, one, either are you missing, or two, we have a really bad picture and we need to take a better picture. But the cool thing is you can also rank them by page view. So you can say this is a very high priority picture here, because you're ranking it by popularity, which is kind of cool. So you can kind of immediately see which one you're missing or not.
And it's not just a hypothetical. I mean, you've used this tool for a couple, like the National Book Festival and the Gaithersburg Book Fair, right?
That's right. So you can actually print this out. You can like print it out on a color printer and have kind of a checklist of, okay, we need that woman's picture, we need this guy's picture.
And Wikimedians taking advantage of book festivals is a long-standing tradition, and this is a new technical tool in that use case. So thank you.
Yeah. So I would call this kind of like a low rent version of reconciliation, right? Because it's like you need kind of an exact match, but you do get some bonuses in terms of all these other stats out there.
Yeah, I mean, if we could combine this into one super tool, that would be amazing. But this is, I think, the most useful for events and that sort of thing.
Yes.
Bringing in the page views and the article quality rankings are really important.
Joao is a great question. So Joao runs a lot of these great Wikidata salons and everything. How many lines can you generate on Google Sheets before it breaks? This is not scalable whatsoever. So I will give you the warning here. You cannot go more than like 100 rows. In fact, even 100 rows could be pushing it at times, because imagine every line of this spreadsheet, you may be generating like 10 API calls. So it's not terribly efficient. The Wikimedia API allows you to kind of make one call, but send it multiple requests in one call. This doesn't, because it's too dumb. It's basically just machine gunning our servers with API calls. Because it doesn't know better, because every cell is a discrete operation, right? So it's not scalable on a large number of items. But the cool thing is, if you're doing an edit-a-thon and you're only looking into like 50 to 100 people's names, it's very useful. And I just started doing this with some curators at the Smithsonian, and it's been a game changer, because without having to walk them through all the research steps, I just give them the spreadsheet that's empty, and I say, just paste in your names there, and immediately they can tell what the profile is of these bios in Wikipedia, which is nice. So Vera here is a great photographer. She goes, yes, get accredited to go to these festivals, and it's a great way to get a lot of photos very quickly.
Yeah, some people do it for sports. We're having a sports presentation tomorrow. Jonah Thunder also made some lists for photography as well. Kevin mentions the Wikidata vandalism, the issues around it.
Yeah, there was someone who put a comment above saying that because info boxes are now being generated out of Wikidata for certain languages, that it might be a vector for people vandalizing Wikidata, because it
don't encourage anyone.
It raises the profile of Wikidata necessarily. Yeah, I think it was this one. Yeah, Mahir had mentioned that.
But think of all the great contributors that started editing Wikipedia by vandalizing it. So we have to recruit the next generation somehow.
Right. So yeah, this sheet I'm happy to share with folks. The problem with this is that there's no great way to version this or put it into GitHub or anything, right? What I could do is do a better job of going under here, under tools. So if you go into here to script editor, all this code here started with GitHub code from that Google developer, but I've actually added a lot more in terms of functions for ORs and for page views and things like that. But, this should probably go into GitHub in some way, hopefully when I get a chance. But I've just given people a pointer to this spreadsheet, and you can just copy it, like make a copy, and then you get everything I've done before, like that. And basically we've just had one spreadsheet from 3 years ago kept spawning and spawning and spawning until here we are for this thing. So for small scale, I think it's very useful, especially if you're dealing with folks you're collaborating with that are new. But it really is an eye opener when you can say, give me a list, you paste it in there, and immediately you can show them this. And that's a huge weight off their shoulders in terms of understanding what we have in the Wikimedia. article space and Wikidata space.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you mentioned that because it's really important. We're so immersed in our wiki world that sometimes, it's easy to forget what it's like looking at this weirdness from the outside. And so, a bar graph is really something that anybody could grab onto and understand.
Right. Yeah, someone's mentioned, yes, there's probably a way to make it scalable with some cleverness.
Like, I think that scalable isn't the size of the sheet per se; it's the number of API calls that it's making simultaneously. Or am I saying that right? But,
yeah. Like I tried tricks in terms of like delaying the API calls. So instead of like hitting the server with a smattering, like you kind of like dole it out slowly, but it's a little bit tricky in Google Sheets to script that. So yeah. I should put a link to this. I'll put a link to this in the Etherpad. Thank you for mentioning that, Jan. I will put it right here. Spreadsheet. I just call it the Wiki List tool. And there it is. And you should be able to access that and copy it and do whatever you like. Great. Now let's talk a little bit about, someone mentioned, if you have a paid account, maybe you do have a higher API call limit. That's probably true. Let's see if we can talk about Listeria. Now, we talked a little bit about that in the Sum of All Paintings, which is very much based on Listeria. But Rob, tell us a little bit about what Listeria is in general.
Listeria is, I have a whole slideshow if you care to see it. But no, it's on Commons. And so we could point to it later, but I don't think it's appropriate for the time we have remaining, though I might show you some screenshots from it.
I think it might be. I mean, we have like 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, we have 20 minutes.
So, plenty of time for a slideshow.
All right, so let me pull up the right Chrome tab here.
And I can imagine the conversation in the chat already is how appropriate or not appropriate is Listeria to take over every single list of article in Wikipedia?
I would love for it to do that, because I just remember the early days of Wikipedia where you had to create tables by hand before visual editor and just all that. It's a nightmare. Why would anyone want to, like, maybe some people enjoy, like, maybe
don't take that away from us.
Like building giant tables, like they're Lego constructions, like maybe but I just love the idea of these things just, automatically updating in real time on every single language Wikipedia. That's my dream. So,
I love this nomenclature. So they said in Canada they call this red carpets projects, where you go to events and take pictures.
We should start calling them that here.
Yeah,
I like that.
Red carpet things, and they do it a lot in Europe, right? They, most of the European chapters I think have some kind of effort where they systematically photograph either politicians or celebrities or artists. Glastonbury Festival, I know they go to that in the UK to take photos as well. Yeah.
Wiki Loves Parliament's very popular. They go to the Parliament, they take a photograph of all the legislators.
All right. So what we're looking at here is an example of a Listeria list for people. I imagine a lot of the audience is familiar with them, but if they're not, please ask questions if I go through this too fast. But it's very simple. It's just a list that's generated from Wikidata information. And if the Wikidata information is not there, then it won't show up on your list. So, but as you can see here, everything, and these are customizable, these fields here, these columns. Here you can customize them to show any property you want from Wikidata. And it pulls that information automatically, or we'll just leave a blank if it's not there. If you generate a list on Wikipedia, then you can have a red link or a blue link there if there is or isn't a Wikipedia article. And then, of course, the columns are sortable. And and this is automatically generated by Listeria bot. And to update it, you just kind of poke Listeria bot, and there's going to be a little button here, and you poke that, and it'll generate the list. And we'll talk, in a second about what we're using these lists for. But this is the template. It looks incredibly complicated at first glance, especially if you're not used to Wikicode. But this is incredibly simple. And if you're interested, if you've never used Listeria before and you're interested in it, you can use this and just just copy and paste the code and switch it out, because the bulk of the code is just a Sparkle query. And so you can generate your own Sparkle query, or if you go to the query page on Wikidata and say, help, I need a Sparkle query, someone will, in about 10 minutes, somebody will come up with it for you. And then you just list the columns that you want, and then some of the other minor functions and so forth. And then make sure you put that template at the end. Half the time I forget about it, and then I get an error. And so make sure you remember to put that closing template.
Maybe
and that's
you'd like
all you have to
to
do.
click the present mode just so we can see a little better.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, good idea. There we go.
Oh yeah, bigger. Good.
Thank you. So yeah, so it's basically, you just do what I do, is copy somebody's Wikidata template, tweak it to do what you want, and let it go. And it's also usable if you don't have a Sparkle query, in terms of what I mean is, if you want a list of things that you really can't make a Sparkle query for, a list of items that are not connected in any way, or just connected through the fact that we're going to edit these articles today in our editathon, or this is the focus of our wiki project, or whatever. Mm-hmm. So there's two things you can do. You can just manually list each item in the Sparkle query, or you can there is a property for wiki project. And so you could just add the wiki project property to each item that your wiki project is working on, and the Listeria list will just pull them all and generate that automatically. And so this is an incredibly useful property. We use this a lot locally for events. And you can see this is for one of our DC events that hasn't happened yet. And let's see.
Right. So that's like an internal, I don't want to say housekeeping, but kind of an internal property to the Wikimedia community that we can use to bookmark things of sorts.
Yeah, exactly. And it won't interfere with any other properties or anything else. So it's incredibly versatile and useful. There are also dynamic lists you can generate. Dynamic lists, I'm just going to talk about them briefly because I don't work with them that much, because most of what I do is involving Wikipedia or Wikidata directly on those projects. So you want the lists to be there. But dynamic lists might be an option for whatever it is that you're doing.
Oh, I've never seen that before. Listeria.toolforge.org.
Yeah. And then one thing, Richard's here. We can talk about this. That Richard invented the mbabel template that will let you create a draft article based on information from Wikidata. And what you can also do is you can integrate that template into a Listeria list. So you can have people at your event or your wiki project, and they can just click on that red link and it'll generate a draft article populated with birth dates and death dates and photos from Wikidata.
And we started it for artworks, but it's been developed by the Brazilian Wikimedia community and Portuguese Wikipedia to do a lot of other things too. So it's been nice to see that grow.
So I guess one thing we should talk about is like what are we using these lists for? I guess would be a good topic to bring up. Is that because most of what I use them for is facilitating the creation of Wikipedia articles. Women in Red in particular, I work on a lot of Listeria lists for them. Women from particular countries, women from in particular occupations, whatever category you can think of, you can make a list for it, and it makes them discoverable. I know Jane's project that we were talking about last hour, they use Listeria to generate all those lists of collections of artists, collections from particular museums. And so these slides are from a presentation I did at LD4. You don't have to keep them up or anything. And I introduced Listeria to a lot of library folks who had never used it before. But I do think a lot of wiki folks are pretty familiar with it. But if you aren't, I would encourage you to use it because it's something that I literally use almost every day. on Wikidata. And I should mention, I don't think we've mentioned Magnus yet. We should give a shout out to Magnus for creating this tool, and he recently released an update for Listeria as well. And so thank you if you're listening.
Maybe folks in the chat can remind me. I remember Listeria being mentioned during the Cool Tools Award, but I had one ear on something else. But I remember it being mentioned in Cool Tools in some way. So
I think it must have won last year. I'm not sure, but I believe so.
I remember
Certainly
seeing it on the
deserved to.
screen like at noon, that noon hour today, but I can't remember in what context. But yeah, MBabel. We got some folks here saying yes, MBabel, good, very useful. It is great for training folks to make new articles. At least gives them a skeleton on how to start something. There's increasingly we don't like telling people to start new articles as a newbie. It's a lot of lift. It's a lot of headache when they run into new pages patrol and things like that. But MBabel makes it a lot nicer to have that scaffolding to start with. Yeah, it won a prize. Yes, good. I was not imagining things. So Jan did say it won a prize. I remember seeing it on the screen, but I was rushing the.
Well earned.
As Robert said, we use it in so many places, but almost kind of invisibly, right, Robert? Because you see a table on the page, like, okay, and you're paying attention to the table, but you're not necessarily looking at how it was generated. And if you don't look carefully, then you don't notice that at the top, it's actually showing you the Sparkle code.
Yes.
And the cool things you can do, like you can launch a TABernacle session with it or do other stuff, right?
Yeah, I love the functionality. I wish it did that on the English Wikipedia, that you could just, but obviously, what do you use it? Or are you on Wikipedia if you want to use TABernacle, I guess? But I love the extra functionality of the Listeria on Wikidata that isn't there on Wikipedia.
Right. Joao likes MBabel. They've developed it quite a bit in Portuguese, right, Rob?
Yeah. They're definitely the pioneers in this. We've been trying to roll it out at events here in DC in a small way, and it has been incredibly useful. And it's just people just staring at that blank page can be intimidating for people. Where do I start? Oh, I have to learn markup. What should my first header be called? Should it be early life? Should it be career? And it's like, who cares? Who cares? Just write an article. And by pushing out all the what I consider, unimportant stuff. Well, it is important, but it's not writing. And so if we want people to write articles, maybe we just do everything else for them and let them write the article.
Right. Yeah, so if folks in the chat can tell us other ways that you use Listeria, I'm aware of how they use it in some of our paintings for maintenance queries, right? So a lot of times when we say maintenance queries, it basically means that either like these lists should be 0, but if you're seeing things show up in this list, something is wrong, or try to fill in this column if it comes back as blank.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of what I use it for, is just like on Wikidata, especially you just generate a list of information and you could just eyeball what's missing. Well, there are the blank spaces, and then you just go to town on it.
Right. I forgot myself how we used it until you mentioned it. I'm like, wait a minute, we use it all the time. How do we use this thing? We actually use it for generating reports for folks, right? So the Met, you can actually look at all the highlights here, right? So these are all the objects that are designated kind of like the best of the Met. So you can see them all here and how we're kind of missing some information. So we can try to fill in some of that there.
Why does a wall painting have a date of birth column? I'm just confused by that.
I'm sure there's a very complicated reason for that. Obviously, you're not up on your art history. Someone made a mistake at some point.
This is what happens, because I do stuff like that all the time. It's like I'll just cut and paste the template code and just not pay attention. So,
yeah, this is a maintenance query, for example. Like these are items that are identified as the collections in the Met, but they don't have an object ID number. But there may be a reason why, because they've either been deaccessioned or they're on loan or something weird. So this is like a query that we have to kind of identify weirdness, which is kind of interesting. So it's, here's Listeria one that also says, what are the most popular artworks based on.
With this, you're defining popularity by site links. Okay.
Yeah. So which are the most multilingual? So Death of Socrates wins because
it would be great
Socrates
if
is very popular in Western whatever philosophy.
we could somehow get page views in something like that. That would be amazing.
That's interesting. And there's another feature request. Someone had a feature request in the chat about, maybe it was Liam. I can't remember what he wanted from this thing. Oh, here we go. He said this free text.
That's interesting. Yeah.
How would that work? Where would you store the free text?
I wonder if it could be like maybe added as a qualifier to the wiki project field.
Interesting. Yeah, but as you said, it's so useful in many ways, not just a pure list, but doing histograms, statistics, looking for anomalies. It's great, and it kind of I kind of shudder to think about how much database power is being used to generate these Listeria reports that no one ever sees.
Yeah, no, I feel bad because some of them I've just like made on a sub page of my user page and never looked at again. That like one of these days I'm going to go through and deactivate some of these.
Right. Oh,
but the great thing about these is like this is why I like these versus dynamic lists. It's like anybody can use them, anybody can edit them on Wikipedia, so.
Right. Yeah. Oh, here's the interesting one. Used MBabel to create an article about the universe and gave me universe is a universe.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
I'm honored.
I never thought to use MBabel to write poetry before. I'm going to now.
Richard, I think we got our third stage in the social space, which is MBabel poetry.
Okay. Just looking forward to it.
No, I mean, if you do use this in all seriousness, if you do use this at events, like make sure you tell people, don't publish this article immediately. You need to edit and actually write an article around it.
Yeah, it cannot be used raw. You need to.
Yeah, it's not like a Subaru bot that writes a bunch of articles.
Yeah. It's nice to see that Portuguese Wikipedia is innovating with using Listeria in Wikipedia articles. Portuguese Wikipedia goes its own way, which is just good. I mean, I don't agree with everything. I'm still skeptical about the banning of IPs, but
they banned IPs. They could do that.
Yeah, they banned IPs. They can do that. That's the great thing about this. Is like the United States is supposed to work as an experiment of democracy. Like different states doing different things. So that's the thing about the different Wikipedias. They can do these radically different policies.
Yeah, and I just feel like that all the innovation is happening on the other Wikipedias besides English, because English is so set in its ways and there's so many gatekeepers and so much bureaucracy that you can't really innovate. And then, but if you go to like Basque or Catalan or Portuguese or something, like we're just gonna, do this, and it makes the experience incredibly all the much better. And you don't have 500 people complaining you can't do that.
Yeah, I think someone did make that comment in the chat saying they've banned IP editing of articles in Portuguese Wikipedia. So you have to register an account. I guess that would be your classic case of subsidiarity, right?
Yeah, this is subsidiary in action. We're very, very Brussels today.
Oh yeah, there's a interesting comment in there about using Listeria for historic buildings. I think the folks that have been working on the United States. What do you call that? The Registry of Historic Buildings, the NHR,
National Register of Historic Places. Yeah.
Thank you. And they've done a lot of lists of that type. I don't know how much they're using Listeria because the project predates Listeria, but I hope they're using Listeria now.
Right.
So sad.
Well, this is a good point to very quickly in 1 minute that there has been some conservative thinking about allowing bots to run in English Wikipedia, right, Rob? I mean, in the last 6 to 9 months, there's been some restrictions on not just IA bot, the Internet Archive bot, but a whole bunch of other Wikidata bots.
It's ridiculous. It's like these things are there. Like, I know that the vision is that you want to handcraft every article to perfection and have 1,000 eyes on it, but reality is different. If you're going to have 6 million articles, you're going to need some form of automation to do the upkeep.
Right.
That's just a fact of life. We don't have enough volunteers to constantly monitor 6 million articles and keep them current. There are articles I've had templates on them longer than there are children have been alive. You know, there's like, I've seen 15-year-old templates on articles, you know, and volunteer time is finite, and these tools help maximize it.
Right. Oh, that's a good bookend to the session there. Excellent.
Glad I could help.
Well, thanks so much, Rob. Well, I think this is a nice dialogue we have with the audience about different types of tools for lists and dealing with Wikidata and Wikipedia content. So thanks so much. We could definitely spend more time on it, but go to the social space, the lounge.wcna.wiki. We've seen some people go there. It's actually really cool. It'll probably take another few hours for folks to warm up. People are still working throughout the day. But 8 p.m. tonight, Eastern U.S. time, we're going to try to bring people in there, and you can kind of walk up to folks and have meetups or just have conversations. There's a pet zone. There's a talk page theater zone. There's a sock puppet theater zone. Richard, what other things can we advertise?
Yeah, you can have areas if you want to talk in different languages. So if you want to do a Spanish language or French language meetup, if you want to talk about movement strategy, you can find a place to strategize with your fellow activists. There are all sorts of things you can play with there, and it's generative. So if you have any ideas and you don't have a room for it, and you have one person or more than one person interested, just let us know, and we'll switch one of the rooms over.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. We can absolutely relabel the carpets that are there for from Pet Zone to Editathons or whatever.
You can go from Pet Zone to Baby Zone if you want to.
That's right.
Share your baby.
Why not both?
Yeah, I'm with the baby right now. So
pet here, baby here.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that. All right. Thanks everyone for this. Was this a third hour? There's a third hour, and a fourth hour. We're going to have Paula Marmor talking about Wiki Loves Fashion, and this is going to be really fun because fashion has never been the strong suit of Wikipedia or Wikidata. So it was really interesting when we worked together on finding the weak spots and improving those things. We got all kinds of neat tools to visualize the deficiencies in Wikidata. So,
yeah, and just really quickly, I want to say I'm glad people are working on this because I really think fashion is an untapped area, not just in terms of Wikipedia content, but recruitment of editors, because there's tons of people who are interested in this subject that could potentially be Wikipedia editors, and we're just ignoring them.
That's right. Thank you. Yes, someone said, what is the link for the social space? It's lounge.wcna.wiki. And I apologize, the L looks like an I to people who don't know what's going on. So it's lounge.wcna.wiki. And that'll get you into the space that's called Wonder. That's the platform. So lounge.wcna.wiki will get you there. So yeah, take a 2-3 minutes break. We'll be right back with Paula. Or you can try out the lounge and hang out there. We'll see you soon. Thanks, Rob.
Oh, no, thanks. Oh. Okay, let me have.
Thanks. back in a minute here.
Hi, Paula. Are you there?
I am here.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Oh, and you're so crystal clear. The image is super clear for whatever reason.
Yeah. Better Wi-Fi, lousy background. It's a trade-off.
It's a balance.
It's a trade-off, but it's really like crystal clear. That's really impressive.
Excellent. I need to go buy a Wi-Fi booster for the other room.
Great. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are now in the final hour of the Culture Crawl. And thank you, Paula, for joining us on our wacky experiment. But I think so far it's been really rewarding seeing so many folks chatting with us. And I think that's been the most fun, is seeing people coming back and responding and asking questions while we're doing this. So when we first talked about doing this, it was about a month or so ago, maybe, or a few weeks ago. And we said, you know, all the work that you've been doing with Wiki Loves Fashion and these topics, which for many times, I think you felt like you're there weren't a lot of people working with you on these things, but it's nice to have a whole now Wiki Loves Fashion effort, really spearheaded by the Italian folks. So tell us a little bit about your history with Wikipedia and what topics you've typically edited, and what are some of the more fun parts of editing in the Wikipedia space that you've enjoyed.
Okay. I've been a Wikipedian since 2005. I got involved with Wikidata, I think, in 2012. And I mostly work in the area of costume and fashion, particularly in historical dress. I'm also interested in textiles, and therefore I've done a lot of work on museum objects like tapestries and embroideries. I do a lot of work in commons, and I also work with decorative arts objects. So different kinds of glassware and tableware interest me, and I've done a lot of work with actual textiles, different weaving techniques and things like that. And then I also occasionally putter around with agriculture and historical monuments and history of California and whatever else kind of catches my eye. I get bored with one topic at a time, so then I go do something else for a while. I'm retired, so I effectively pretty much work full-time as a Wikidatan, which is one of the reasons I get as much done as I do. And I really like making things right. So when I find something that's wrong, it really bothers me that it's wrong. And I like to jump in and fix it. You know, that's not who painted that, or that's not what that dress is called. And I'll go in and get into incredibly horrible detail fixing things like that. I also do a lot of work with referencing. Everybody complains there's no references in Wikidata. So I spend huge amounts of time adding references. I will build Google Sheets that include stated in on this page, and build, 200 item Google Sheets that will upload which fashion dictionary described this piece of dress on which page. So that's kind of the thing that is my jollies. And so I mostly just sit here, right here on this sofa, and do this 6 hours a day.
We have to bronze that sofa someday and put it in
the room where it happens.
Yeah, this is the room where it happens, and the sofa is starting to fall apart. So, it may have to get upgraded right after the Wi-Fi.
Well, we were trying to figure out how to refactor the conference grant money into something else. So maybe to better seating for everyone.
Yeah, I think we have some lumbar support for volunteers.
I think we should make that an April Fool's page, is application for better chairs, and just repurpose all the travel funds to better chairs for everyone.
Yeah, because we all have to work from home. So
exactly, it's got good usage here. So that's great, because a lot of folks who, if they hit on a part of the Wikimedia space and there's not a lot of editors, they feel like, it's really lonely existence. But it's not so, I guess, with Wikidata. Like, there's an intersection, a lot of folks in Wikidata, right? So I first encountered you when we were working on Met Fashion content. And so tell us a little bit about, this year's been pretty good in that we've had not only Met Fashion, but we've had the Wikidane, Wiki Loves Fashion. What was the state of those fashion topics when we kind of first approached them?
I first really started working on fashion in 2017. I kind of set myself projects that I'm going to work on for the next 3 months or whatever. And I started working very heavily on fashion in 2017, worked on it for about a year, and then kind of said, well, it's never done, but it's kind of okay. And nobody else much was working there. A few other people were working on it. And I kind of set fashion aside and said, okay, I'm going to tackle museum textiles. So then I worked on tapestries and embroideries and lace and learned all about lace. And then I went from there to come back when you guys started talking about Met Fashion again. You sent that list that you were working on of fashion designers and dressmakers in New York that the Met had, and I started working on that a little bit, and that kind of got me interested in working on fashion again. And then when we started really working on this project, you made a list of shoes. And you said, the shoes need to be sorted. They're not very well structured. And that got me way down a rabbit hole on researching and documenting shoes and making close-up pictures of parts of shoes and looking up translations for parts of shoes in various shoemaking manuals and things like that. So that's kind of what I spent the Wiki Loves Fashion window this year. I mostly spent working on shoes, not exclusively, but mostly. And I think shoes are kind of okay now. Again, nothing's ever done. There's a lot more work we could do on shoes, but it was fun.
Yeah, I think we could take a look. So this is just a fraction of what Paula's did with shoes. And I don't know whether to apologize or to ask for thanks that I put you on the rabbit hole of shoes. But I think, my it's always puzzling to me, because we know that if you look in the rest of the internet, like Pinterest, YouTube, TikTok, there's tons of interest, especially for women's shoes. But we did it so poorly in the Wikimedia space. It just seemed like such an asymmetry, right? So just even laying down the basics in Wikidata and Wikipedia of like, what is a spool heel and what is a stiletto? We didn't even have those things really down in our own database, right?
Right. And I think we're better now. And I think we have references for almost everything that we have items for. There's still a couple of heel types that we don't have, and there's some things that I know I need to add at some point, and I'll probably jump back in and play with shoes again for a month or so at some point.
Yeah, so I thought it might be fun to show folks some tools that they might not have ever seen before.
Okay.
I'm constantly kind of, I wouldn't say astonished, but like surprised that a lot of people don't know much about some of these tools, like Wikidata Graph Builder. I mean, it doesn't help that the URL is kind of off of the main URLs you normally see in the Wikipedia sphere. So it's at this site here, angryloki.github.io.
That's easy for me to find.
Yeah, but it's kind of neat because if you put in a Wikidata object, right, and then you put in the property you want to try to traverse, so subclass of is a fun one, right? And then you say reverse, meaning that you start with shoe and you find subclasses of shoe. Then you get hopefully something fun like that.
Yay.
And you can kind of zoom in. If you have a fairly quick computer, you can do fun things like this and play with it. But I think when we first did this, it was not very balanced, right?
No, it was. I was going to ask if you had a screenshot of the very first one you did of this.
No, that's the problem with Wikidata, right?
Save history.
Yeah.
We need our before and afters.
I think I remember it was like a big dandelion puff or something.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. There was very little structure to it.
Right. So what we like to see typically with a healthy ontology, right, is branches and things spaced out so you can kind of see hierarchy. You can see this is based on that, versus one gigantic puff, which is just everything's a subclass of a shoe, which is kind of what we had.
This is more like the dinosaur lineages you would see in the Natural History Museum. So the shoes have been raised, their taxonomy has been developed more.
Yeah, so that's why I'm a fan of these tools, just for like the visual inspection of like, is this healthy ontology? Is it even close to being what we want? And most of the time when you hit something that's not well designed, it's just like a big powder puff, kind of floating there. And you're like, no, we need to get it branched out, and not a bush, but more of a tree, right? So let's inspect this real quick to see, does anything strike your eye in terms of things that either we've done better or things that you worked on that kind of...
Yeah, right where you are actually, where we see lace-up shoe. Mm-hmm. That was a whole piece we added. So we added a tree to say, lace-up shoes versus slippers versus other kinds of slip-on shoes. Here's slip-on shoes down at the bottom there and lace-up shoe just above it. And one of the things we did as part of this effort was go through and decide which shoes we had were lace-up shoes and which shoes we had were slip-on shoes. Right. And we pulled those definitions from both the AT&T thesaurus for museum collections, and we also pulled them from several different references on shoes and the Fairchild Dictionary of Fashion. Mm-hmm. And that's how we came to get all those things. So wherever we have those kind of structures, that's something we added this year as part of the Wiki Loves Fashion project.
Right. Yeah, now that you mention it, I think men's shoes were not well done at all, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because the actual shoes had articles in the various Wikipedias, because there's people, especially in Germany, who do things on menswear, but they weren't structured well in Wikidata. So we had items, but you had to go find them, and you had to find what were they called in German, and then we found out, well, yeah, we also have them in Swedish, and we also have them in other languages.
I like how the ontology flips around on flip-flops, and it's sort of like one is part of the other, but it's also inside of that. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Flip-flops still need some attention, and a couple of
they're an enigma.
If anyone out there really wants to help, we could really use help with South Asian footwear. We have a lot of it. It's not structured because I don't have any references on it in English that I can find. So we have lots of local and regional shoe names, but they're not real structured as this is the same kind of thing as that, or this is another name for that in a different part of India. So if anyone is interested in those things, we could really use editors who are familiar with South Asian and Asian in general shoes and clothing. Both. We have the same challenges.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think this is not even unique to shoes per se, but I think for many topics, you find this really critical inflection point by two different cultures that view something as bigger or smaller than you assume it is, right? So I think one that I ran into was clog.
Yes.
So certain folks think that clog is any kind of wooden shoe, but I never thought of it that way. I thought it was a specific type of wooden shoe. So there was some kind of weird split in the ontology when I looked at it in Wikidata.
Yeah, and then there's clogs, the dancing shoes that they use in Irish dancing, which is a different kind of clog altogether, except it originally had a wooden heel on it. So that's why it was a clog.
Right. And I once met one of the folks who works at the Bata Shoe Museum. I don't know if you know, there is a very famous shoe museum in Toronto. So I don't know if we can get their help here, but they don't do a lot of great online collection stuff. I think they're very much a display.
They're actually, one of the references I did use is their museum, and the page I was using was written in 2008, and it uses Adobe Flash version 8. And so it's not real recent, but it has good, solid, referenceable information. And when I talk about some of the reference sites I use, that's one of the ones I have on the list, and it'll be in the Etherpad.
Nice.
We have the link to this presentation. It's in the back of this presentation is the link I used. So we'll talk about that. Yeah, Bata Shoe Museum rocks.
I hope to go there someday. I've never been.
Maybe there'll be a WikiConference North America in that city someday.
We were supposed to, weren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, someday. Maybe you could do a culture crawl to the Bata Shoe Museum next year.
Right. That would be great. Wait, so Jan said do the clothing industry.
Oh, this is
oh God.
What a this is a complex. This is a.
It's very simple, but it could be expanded.
Yeah.
Furry.
The clothing industry in Groningen, the knitwear industry, furry, and fashion retail industry. Yeah, that's logical, I guess. It could be a bit more developed. Like, for example, other cities in the Netherlands.
Yeah. And we can always decide that ready to wear and women's wear and haute couture and all those things are part of the industry. Right now, they're not structured that way, but they're out there. But we could say, that's actually a they may actually say they're a facet of it. It won't show on your graph. So it would be interesting to see. I don't remember what we've done with that off the top of my head. It's been a couple of years.
Yeah. And I think we were talking before about how do you see things that are snapshot at a certain date. This is not just true of a graph thing like this, but Sparkle queries, looking at, stats for images. It would be so nice, but it seems pretty complex to be able to do that.
Yeah, I think you'd have to copy them into some other format and save them in a folder somewhere, knowing you'd want to use them so that, you have to know in the past what you want to do in the future.
Right. Yeah, I remember snapshotting some of these along the way, but I'll have to find some of those later on. But it's pretty tough to archive a lot of these, visualizations in a way that you can get back to. Yep. So let's see if there's some other things that are. Oh yeah. So one of the things that was interesting. This is a tool or a technique I'd never seen before until it was done with the Wikidata pages. Do you remember seeing this in the articles list that you could actually use this template and give it a list of Q numbers? This is similar to what Rob showed before with Listeria, but then it kind of gives you the scorecard of do each of these languages have an article right in that of that topic, which is kind of interesting. So this is the template, the invoke template right there. So I thought that was a cool thing that I might reuse for some future type of application.
There was a question came over about whether these items had links to photos in Commons. Almost all of them do.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder if there's like a spectrum of types, and if we should have like this is this type of shoe, but if it's too far up this way, then it's that type of shoe. I don't know.
It would be fun to do that. I think we need a little more data before we get there with that.
Yeah, it would be a whole other level.
But the Wiki Loves Fashion project has a whole page of to-do items which have work lists that have pictures and items that need to be worked on. So it's a place people can go to find pictures of all these things.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit about one of the things that we found useful was that you could actually go to Internet Archive and do most of your stuff there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can do that. You want me to present from here?
Yeah, go for it.
That'd be good. All right, let me do a screen share because I have.
Yeah, you do a screen share, and we'll take a look at some of the comments right here.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Jeannie. She says, "Are there specific fashion categories that are lacking in Wikidata?"
Oh, probably. Let me think about that. Hang on a second. Real quick, this is the Internet Archive books page, and
did you hit the screen share button?
I thought I did. Huh. Let's see.
By the way, welcome Mark Grant from the Internet Archive.
Oh,
Hi,
Mark. Talking about you.
Buddy, Mark and I used to work together many, many, many years ago. I don't even know if he remembers me. But we used to work together at NBC Universal.
Wow.
That was a long time ago. Okay, let me find my screen sharing. And screen share.
Yeah, it should be at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I've got it. I just don't know why it's not.
Oh, you have to like share, and then you have to click
Share
like a tab.
application window. Share a Chrome tab. Let's try that. Let's share the books tab. Share. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, folks. Can you see this screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the Internet Archive books page. Hi, Mark. And if I went here and I wanted to look for a book on shoes, which we actually did, and I think Andrew was the one who found this originally. But if I go say I want to look at history of shoes, we were whining on a chat about the fact that I wasn't going to go out and buy all the shoe reference books I wanted because I have to stop doing that. And here it comes. And here are books about shoes that I can check out from the Internet Archive. And I have this one and this one are two that I used really heavily. I know about who these people are, Lucy Pratt and June Swan is a famous shoe curator. And I can click to this book and I can just say borrow it for an hour. And once I've borrowed it for an hour, then I can go and say I'm trying to search for Balmoral, which is a kind of shoe. And it will find the entrances in the book on Balmorals. And then I can pick the one I want. I'm going to go to the end because glossaries are really useful. And I can look at this one and I can zoom it in. And so I can see here that a Balmoral is a closed front ankle boot with a galosh. And actually, because of this, we have an entry for galosh in Wikidata. We have an entry for Balmoral. Balmoral says it has parts of the class galosh, and it's referenced to this page in this book, and I have pictures for them. So it's kind of fun to do. Let me see if I can pull that one up.
Yeah, that's great. I'm so glad Mark's here. Perfect timing. So this is what Mark Graham has helped support at the Internet Archive by having links from Wikipedia to the actual books you can read online.
If I'm going to search real quick in Wikidata for Balmoral boot, or just for Balmoral, I think is the search I want to use. Let's see what we find. Balmoral bonnet, Balmoral.
Oh, there it is.
Boot. There it is. I knew it was there. And this is a Balmoral boots picture that came out of German Wikipedia that was in Commons. And here you can see that it's described by the Fairchild Books Dictionary Fashion, but it has parts called galoshes and it has a part called closed lacing. And both of those are referenced to the book by June Swan and what page that reference is on. So that's what I've been doing with Internet Archive books. And there's a couple of really good textile technical term books out there that I've used real heavily for a couple of years now. And so that's been fun.
That's very cool. And Mark has been to a number of our conferences in the past. He gave one of the opening talks in Columbus, and this facility that they have is called controlled digital lending, which if you didn't know the technical name for it, it's the ability that if they have a physical copy of the book at the Internet Archive, they can lend the digital version as long as they control it, right? Like Paula checks out for an hour and she can return it early, or after an hour it just expires, right? And then it's available to other people to check out. And that's how they've been able to do it.
Yeah, and if you're going to be working with a book for a long time on a project, you can check it out for 2 weeks. So that makes sure it's available when you want to sit down at 3 in the morning and work on it, and it isn't checked out to somebody else. And if I'm in the middle of a really deep project, I will occasionally do that. But for this, mostly I would just check it out for an hour, do what I was planning to do, and then go right back to where I was.
Right, right.
And Jane's been making use of the Internet Archive for El Greco paintings as well, El Greco catalogs. So all throughout the
Yeah, that's great. And it's what I did with those shoe books is I actually got as many glossaries as I could out of those books and just kind of almost like lined them up to see, okay, is there consensus among these glossaries in these fashion books about what a galosh is and what a spool heel? Like, so remind me again, I can't even remember completely. We were trying to debate whether a spool heel is the same as a
Louis heel.
Louis heel versus something else, right?
There are 2 different definitions of spool heel, at least. I think there are actually 3 in different books from different periods. Some people say any heel that's narrower in the middle and that flares the top and bottom is a spool heel. And that's usually how it's used in contemporary stuff. So if you go out on Google and you're shopping at shoes or you're looking at shoe sites, they'll call them Louis heel spool heels. But originally a spool heel was actually round like a spool and corrugated, like the spools that thread was on in weaving mills. So there are 2 different kinds of spool heels, which is why I haven't done much with spool heels, because I think we need to get pictures of both kinds and distinguish the 2 types.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't done that yet, though. If somebody wants to do that, that's a project that could be done.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just especially with fashion, right? Especially with fashion, you've got terms of that decade, and then they discard that terminology and they just use something else, even if it's the same thing.
Yeah. Sometimes they change the terminology, and sometimes the terminology comes back into fashion, but it doesn't mean quite the same thing. Because I'm trying to imagine somebody, 100 years from now trying to distinguish between flares and bell bottoms and baby boots and boot jeans, and it's very finessed. And we all know the difference. If I go shopping, I know the difference between a baby boot and a flare, but I'm not sure anyone 100 years from now is going to know that distinction.
Right, right. Okay, here's a pushback a little bit. I think it's legitimate. when did Wikipedia become a product listing catalog for manufacturers and wholesalers? You know, my philosophy is like one person's trash is another person's treasure. Like, who are we to say, you know, this is a banal, purely commercial list? Because today, you know, we're trying to figure out how the Romans lived by looking at their manifests of ships and olive oil and their amphora containers. And that's just a list of stuff, right? You can tell a lot about society and cultures by their manufactured goods, right?
Yeah. And this is not, we're not going into contemporary production techniques. This is, I mean, you know, the most of the focus is on cultural heritage, and seeing, you know, what we can learn about, you know, about the past. And, you know, it's represented in things like paintings and all sorts of cultural aspects. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think we became a product catalog when people started writing articles in their Wikipedias about individual kinds of Adidas and Nike trainers. And, you know, once they're in Wikipedia, we have to have items for them in Wikidata, whether we think they're appropriate or not.
Yeah, I mean, we have all the Apple 2.5s and all the different computer models and all the different free and open source software. So we should have this too.
And video games.
And all the video games. Oh, we have these lovely photographs of all the video game consoles from the 70s and the 80s that have been put together.
Right. Yeah, Jan says, we're not listing every brand of every type of shoe, just type of shoes. But we are working towards a list.
I mean, we should someday. I don't see why not. I think it's valuable. I think it's, you know, it's culturally valuable, and, you know, better a nonprofit collective project than, you know, than Big Shoe taking on this.
Big Shoe.
Let's not leave it to Big Shoe.
We don't want Big Shoe on the
shoes for the people.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I think something we're missing on a big scale is, you know, really good illustrations for all of these things, right? Paula, you've done a great job of finding a good illustration for most of these things, but stylistically they're all kind of all over the place, right? In terms of, like, some are shadowy and narrow and some are wide. And I think, I don't know, it's going to be hard to come up with a kind of unified consistency in this area, but it would be nice if you look at these encyclopedias of fashion or these glossaries, they have some consistency in terms of the photo quality and the viewability of those images, but we're quite far, right, from that.
It's really hard with things. I think we actually have a lot of photos of shoes and things that maybe are questionable from a copyright status, because someone went to some place and took a picture of a shoe at a public place, but that shoe is probably copyright by the shoe designer. So I'm not going to get into that question in Commons, but it's something we have to think about. And a lot of I find wonderful pictures out on the internet, and they're not, you know, they're non-commercial use only. So it's really hard sometimes. I found a few things. It took me a very long time to find a picture of a good driving moccasin, but I found one on some menswear site that posts pictures to Flickr with a public life.
That's the ultimate band name right there. Unified Shoe Ontology Theory there.
Yes, I like it.
Jan says, a wiki cheese for shoes? Yeah, I mean, we could use some really nice photography for shoes if, as you said, Paula, we're allowed to, which is, I'm not an expert on this, but I know that at the Met, we could only upload images of fashion up to a certain date, and then we're just not going to upload Halston or Christian Dior or anything, you know.
Yeah, and that's really frustrating, because if you go to Commons, you will find there pictures of Halston dresses or whatever that were taken at an exhibit at the Met, but they were taken by a user, and we're just going to waltz right past that and keep going.
Exactly.
But it's tough. It's tough to illustrate contemporary fashion, and you know, even if people would bring their shoes, I'm not sure how many Wikipedians have pictures of you know, noteworthy shoes.
We could have a shoe lending library, and we could have the special wiki shoe photographers who have light boxes that are sponsored by the foundation, and then they just take it from a certain angle, and maybe they have to learn to, like, buff the leather in a certain way or whatever the material is. Yeah, and shoe sizes, which are trim, and clothing sizes in general, which have been perplexing and rather irrational for a long time. It's an important issue, and you can learn more about that on. I'm sure we have some articles, but it's quite confusing.
Yeah, I think that's a whole area that we don't have a lot of good coverage in the Wikipedias from an encyclopedic point of view, is about, you know, when did we start finding people who were interested in or willing to make high fashion shoes in wide sizes. As a person with wide feet and bad ankles, you know, I'm interested in those things.
Yeah. It's a good point for
And
Linda.
that's just something that's happened in the last few decades.
Any other shoe thoughts from the audience? This is your big chance. If you've ever had a wiki related shoe question,
Doesn't have to be shoes. It can be other
doesn't have
things.
to be
as well.
shoes. So we can do hats, we can do capes, we can do more conventional, you know, like regular items of clothing, pants, dresses, anything.
Yeah, someone had pointed to this article, which I'd seen before. And Paula, maybe, you know, neither of us are experts on this. My understanding was that there are different standards for mass-produced clothing versus one-off original designs, but I wouldn't know all the details here. But this is the article.
Ah, that's a great article. I have not actually checked that.
Also, I think there's a difference between the form of a piece of clothing and its print. So if it has a print pattern on it, then that is more easily copyrightable than the form.
Yeah.
Right.
The textiles are copyrighted. Okay, so we're probably okay.
Ish.
Ish.
Ish, because
I'm just going to, you know, if it's in Commons, I'll use it. And if it's not in Commons, I can't use it unless I can find it somewhere. Things.
Right. And as Richard said, once you get to patterns, then it's then you enter a whole different domain. Not a whole different.
The textile pattern really is an artistic creation.
Right. Right.
And
you're much more.
I've noticed there are some lovely patterns in the Met that we can't download the pictures of, and other places, not
We'll
just.
have to wait a while. Yes.
That's a great article, though. Thanks for pointing that out. I'll go take a look at that.
This is beyond the freedom of panorama. This is a whole underexplored area of Wikimedia Commons copyright law.
Right. That's right. Yeah. So anything? Oh, so Jane's. I mean, there's. I think you can tell a lot about societies by their shoes, right? So this is actually one of the more interesting things you could catalog and analyze and even run stats on, right? But let's see, what other topics in fashion did we tackle during this edit-a-thon? Let's go back to take a look at the list of things that we're doing here. So the shoes and heels are definitely the big ones that we tackled here. But
that's pretty much what I worked on this time around. But we're always adding new fashion designers and fashion houses.
That was the thing that got me first was in Wikidata, the complexity of when someone was the designer and then the design house is the exact same name as the designer. But you need to distinguish the design house from the designer himself or herself. So we need to come up with all different instances that are complex there.
And sometimes, you know, the designer passes away and the design house then really becomes a brand that some other company resurrects 40 years later and starts selling things with that label, but they have nothing to do with the original designer. It's just a brand that they licensed from the heirs to the estate. So it gets very confusing. We have some of that in Wikidata. There's a lot of work that could still be done to make that all more rationalized, I think.
Right. Joao has a question. Joao says, we are currently working with museum-controlled lexicons on clothes. We have recently released an app to improve how this content is fed on Wikidata for a particular museum. There are several lexicons. Is there an effort to reconcile them?
Yes, there is. And I didn't know about that, so fabulous. Thank you for that link. I've really been trying to work on the idea that Wikidata should be that hub of all hubs and should be the place where we reconcile fashion ontologies. For anyone who's really desperately, deeply working with fashion ontologies, I've actually got a small Slack group of people working on that. It's not Wikidata specific, but it certainly talks about Wikidata. So, you know, ping me if you're interested in joining that Slack group. It's not terribly active, but it's where we go in and we actually talk about fashion ontologies in one collection. There's a fashion ontology from Europeana that has been mapped by them to the Getty Art and Architecture Thesaurus. And then there's another one that's being developed for small and medium-sized museums called Costume Core. And we're actually working on mapping that to Wikidata. it's published with about a 1/3, I think, Wikidata map, but we've got about a 90% Wikidata map in draft that we're working on. We just haven't, it hasn't been published yet. But if there are other ontologies of fashion that have a unique identifier for a wrap dress or an evening coat or whatever thing, then absolutely we want to work on mapping that to Wikidata, and I would be delighted to help work on that.
Very cool.
And we've been trying really hard to do a lot of adding of additional labels in different languages for fashion items. Europeana has, I think, 26 languages, and I would say at least 95% of those have been mapped, all those labels mapped over to Wikidata, so you can look in different languages. And we found some other sources that have multilingual costume things. Not as many as I would like.
Very cool. I want to play this in a second, but I want to make sure I bring up this comment from Mervat, which is a good one. Is are there partnerships with famous fashion houses? They should be the resource of photos and history of fashion and all related stuff, like kind of a Wikimedia in residence with a fashion house or conglomerate.
That would be great.
Devil Wears Prada with a Wikimedia in residence.
Yes.
We, in Italy, they have had like Wikimedia in residence with different for-profit companies. Was it Christian Cassoni had a presentation about one. So they have had that kind of Wikimedia in residence with a commercial organization with their corporate archives or corporate library.
Yeah. So they even have a house museum, some of these places.
Right. But that's not a terrible idea if we can somehow work out the neutrality part of things, right? But I think they're more receptive to it in Europe. Like we still have this, which is a whole nother conversation about the mistrust of paid editing from organizations that are not purely a museum or purely a, educational institution. There's a lot of skepticism in English Wikipedia, at least, with like a corporate archives, let's say. Let's take a look at this. Maybe, Joao, you can talk us through this if I'm not doing something wrong here. So it says, in this application, you participate in research. You're tasked to identify clothes, objects, and accessories. To participate, you need to authenticate yourself. I authenticated. So what do you think, Paula? Women?
Sure.
Let's do that. And then I'm not sure what happens next, but let's see. Okay. These are works that represent descriptors that have women depicted. Okay. Oh, some of these don't seem to, well, I guess if you really look at the details, they depict women. Okay, so let's do this one. If I click on it, I think it's thinking, oh, there we go. What clothes should I wear? And it says add descriptive. Oh, wears or you, oh, it's unfortunately I chose a really dark one that I can't really see much about. Let's choose a brighter one. Okay, so uses or wears. Let's find uses rosary. Is that a rosary bead? What do you think? That's a rosary,
tell
right?
it the screen.
Yeah. So let's click on that one. That's a woman, and it's a rosary bead. So doesn't wear a rosary bead, but uses. Maybe uses.
Mm-hmm. Not in English though.
Oh. How do you say rosary bead in Portuguese? Let's see.
Ciao.
Probably that second link is it. Santo Rosario.
Rosaire, yeah.
That's probably a rosary.
Yeah, because it's at least not a proper name. It's not a.
I'm looking it up in my other window here, and Portuguese. Portuguese is Brazilian. Well, Brazilian Portuguese is Santa Rosario, but it's not.
Here we have an answer.
It's the second one. Okay, it's this one. And Successo. Okay, has it made an edit on my behalf? Let's see. Contributions. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Look at that. Uses rosary right there. Pretty cool.
Wow, impressive.
Great work, Joao. So it's amazing how many different tools we now have to add depiction information, but we have a whole variety of tools. I like it. It's really cool. Oh, he says, sorry, it's the first time it's actually going live in English. So we're your beta testers.
Yeah, we're glad to help. We're glad to be your beta testers.
Yes.
What an opportunity.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. And I'm wondering, does it always provide just where and uses? Like those are the two standard things, or does it? I guess it's not using any AI. Like the tool that we did, the Met used AI to try to do some things here, but that's a really cool thing to try to add that second level depiction information. Yeah. And we got 3,000 to go if you want to do more. Pretty cool. All right, thanks for showing us that. Oh, let's look at about. Let's see what else we can find out from this project. $12,000 works, that information needed. Great. It says only look for descriptors that are reconciled with particular lexicons. Cool.
It's another one. There's another tool like that that does the same thing. It has a restricted lexicon, and now I can't remember which one it was. It may have been somewhere in the Netherlands. I don't know if Jane remembers. This was a couple of years ago. Somebody presented it, and we were looking at it. Anyway, yeah, more tools all the time.
Great. So what's next? What else? What other tasks are you looking forward to doing in the fashion genre?
Gosh, you know, I think I need to go do a lot of work on blouses and skirts. We've done a lot of work on dresses, but blouses and skirts still have some open areas. And a lot of questions about multilingual labels on some of those things, because the more obscure something is, the harder it is to find what it's called in different languages. It's fairly easy for basic things like shirt and skirt and sari. It's much harder for things like Peter Pan collar, but we're working on it. So, you know, if you have a good set of 4 or 5 or 6 languages and you have a picture, then lots of people can come help and say, oh, we call that such and such, and just add that label in, and that's really helpful.
Right. Yeah, and just to look at the Wiki Loves Fashion work list one more time, it was pretty amazing how international it was, right? We had English, Italian, I can't tell, MK. Someone tell me what
Macedonian.
MK is. What's
Macedonian.
that?
Macedonian.
Oh, Macedonian. Cool.
Or, yeah, I think it's still called Macedonian. The name of the country changed, but I believe the name of the language is not.
Right. Yeah, so we had an interesting intersection with Black fashion designers that Smithsonian was interested in. So I kind of looked into those as well. We had all these shoe
things.
Ooh, a lot of shoe terms.
Which is good. And then a lot of, yeah, these were interesting. A lot of design houses. And what I found really interesting about these, if you look at Lardini, Lowe, what's weird about these, a lot of these European brands are much more popular in Asia than they are in Europe. Just interesting. And almost all the pictures for a lot of these really high-end brands were from Hong Kong or in China, which is really funny because they were hyper interested in the brand. So you had these people who photographed the outsides of these high-end stores in China and Hong Kong, whereas probably in the US and Europe, they're just walking past and like, oh yeah, that store. But so a lot of the photos of European brands were from Asian photographers in Asia. And I remember connecting a lot of the photos to brands like this from photos from Asian photographers.
Yeah, we saw a lot of translations, of course. People writing about, I mean, just all sorts of fashion topics. So someone wrote about the low lifes subculture. That was a Brooklyn subculture based on Polo Ralph Lauren in the 80s and the 90s. You know, about different types of garments in different cultures. the cowl neck. Didn't have an article on English Wikipedia before, and now it does. So that's nice.
Right. Yeah, and I think the thing that I want to try to figure out better is the copyright. But I know the Met has been pretty conservative on it, and I think that makes sense, because once you get the patterns and designs of the fabric, that is the limiting factor versus the sewn product, right?
Yep.
And the we've been able to upload a lot of images from both Smithsonian and the Met, but only up to a certain time period. And I think the same thing with dealing with abstract art and things like that. We're just gonna have a big gap in Commons when it comes to post 1924 stuff, you know, or post 1924, and that's moving up every year, right? So. Great. Any other questions from folks out there? Dapper Dan in, yes. I remember seeing that article there too. Good. Let's see. There's one more example I wanted to show of the query we had for shoes. Let's see if I can bring that up here, and then. Books 1925. Mark knows his stuff because he's dealing with thousands and thousands of books there. So I'm sure he knows what's going on there. Mark had a great project as well that we were talking about, is that would probably interest you, Paula. Is like, can we get museums to just give us their lists of reference material?
Ooh.
Like all we need is like a bibliography, right? And then Internet Archive can go out there and buy a copy of every single one of those, and then basically just fill up a whole bookshelf, a virtual bookshelf, obviously. And that's like ready made for us to do research in Wikipedia, for example. So that's kind of an interesting project. Maybe, Mark, this is kind of a cool, unexpected thing, but maybe the audience has an idea about this. But we don't have a good way of specifying for a topic, let's say fashion, to say, these are the seminal 15, 20 books that we should have on our virtual bookshelf, right? Not to my knowledge, at least, but do we have a way in like a wiki project fashion to say, here's the virtual bookshelf and you can click on this, you know, kind of.
We actually have a short list like that. We have a basic references list, and if it has a Google Books link or an Internet Archive link, we have that. But I think there's 15 or 20 books on it right now. I haven't added every book I've done, but I also have a list on one of my user subpages of all the books that I have added to Wikidata as to use as references, which we could, you know, I could send that link to Mark and say, Mark, import all these books.
Yeah, I think they would do it. So you're talking about this, there's a list here?
Yeah, if you look in this one, let's see. Now this is on Wikipedia. This is, I mean, on the Wikidata Fashion Project.
Oh, Wikidata.
Yeah. Okay. Tools and tips tab.
Okay.
And it has references, and here are some standard costume dictionaries and some costume history books and textile terms. These are books that we used when we first were building out this page in 2017. But we do have links to them if they're accessible online. So if someone wants to work on these things, this is a good place. Mark, I can take photos of my entire library in the other room and send it to you. And you can buy all those books, because then I won't feel so bad that I'm hogging them in my back room. But yes, maybe I will send you things.
This could be like a pilot, because Mark and I were talking previously about how we might be able to not just make this a one-off thing, but we have this as a regular thing for every wiki project. Maybe we have like a subpage. It's always called like reference shelf or something.
Yeah.
And then once you populate it with your desired books, then you could have IA come along and say, oh yeah, okay. And then they'll
we don't have it.
capture
if you would, if you want to go to my user page
it.
for a second, Andrew.
On Wikidata or Wikipedia?
On Wikidata, yeah.
Mhm.
Just user PKM.
Oops, forgot the M.
I forgot the M. There's no user PKM. Okay, if you scroll down there, there'll be a section that says books added. Oh, you're still on Wikipedia.
Oh, okay.
Details, details, details.
Yeah.
Okay. Books added right there. If you just click that, these are all the books I have added to Wikidata. So every time I add a book to use as a reference for some obscure thing that I couldn't find anywhere else, I put it on this page.
Ooh.
So Mark, you can
Consider this.
click there's a Wikidata item with the ISBN and everything in it. So
Nice.
that's my list.
So we now have a direct line to Mark. So this is a good one. If we can get, like, we have some here that are Internet Archive, but
Yeah.
to comprehensively have all these would be great. And then also this one would be really cool to have.
Yeah. Some of those are online, but they're behind a firewall. All these Berg Encyclopedia of World Dress and Fashion
Right.
is on the Berg fashion website. Which
That's cool.
anyone
Oh
who's
yeah,
worked
I will
professionally-
share the URL. Perfect. So, hey, no better time than now to share. There's one, and then the other one is this one. I'm only doing it to the YouTube chat, so Mark can see it there.
Okay, great.
That's cool. So yeah, I think
Thank you, Mark.
yeah, long term it'd be really interesting to see if it makes sense to have some kind of standard way of listing like seminal reference books for any project.
Yeah. I mean, I could pull out of here a seminal reference list for Tudor and Elizabethan portraiture in about 10 minutes. But we don't have a project that's that specific. I mean, I could make it a subpage on Sum of All Paintings, I suppose. My area of interest in paintings is way narrower even than Jane's.
Mark Graham, he's sounding like Santa Claus at the shopping mall, and we're like all coming into them with lists of stuff that we want Santa to bring.
Santa, we want these things.
But this is a great, this is a great idea that he had of like getting us to push lists to him rather than waiting for the bot to swoop around and infer what we want, right?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Great.
I mostly made this list because I can never remember what books I had or hadn't added, how to find them. So I just use this myself when I'm referencing. But if it's helpful to anyone else, by all means, play with it.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing it.
Sure.
Wow.
I overshare a lot.
We're getting things done too. This is great. We got action
items,
not just discussion, but action. It's great.
outcomes.
Thanks everyone for being with us for, wow, it was almost like this truly was a thon of a culture crawl.
Yeah.
A thon.
You can see the background behind me. It has gone dark in New York, so.
You're out on the patio or something, aren't you?
Yeah,
Out on the,
patio, yeah.
Wow.
I saw that it looked like you were out on a balcony. I thought, he must be freezing.
You look
Stop
like a Rembrandt painting. Right
Yeah.
now, so.
Us California people are wimps, I go, ooh, cold. Ick.
Wow. Mark says Internet Archive Bot has added more than 500,000 links to 200,000 books this year. That's great.
Yay! We love you, Mark.
Yeah. Even if our bot people who are fighting your bot don't think so, we definitely think you're great. So.
I think you're great.
Yeah. So thanks everyone for joining us in the Culture Call. And thanks, Paula, for rounding it out and giving us a great task for the Internet Archive to go pursue.
Happy to make work for everyone else.
Yeah, because we Mark and I talk like every month or so, like what could we be doing next? And this is a great idea to have a methodical like request queue for specific topics in Wikipedia. That would be really cool to have. And thanks, Benoit. Thanks, Joao, and everyone for the interaction. It makes it so much more rich when we do all these things. And we will have a lightning talks next. So that's why I want to stop a little bit early so you can go to the lightning talks. Richard, do you have something we can put on screen so people know where to go?
I do.
Okay.
So this is the link. You can also just get it from the meta page. So this is the MIT hosted Zoom account. I believe they may have already opened the room. If not, you can go there in a couple of minutes, and there are a series of 5-minute lightning talks. People have signed up for them. Some on education, some on all sorts of topics. And so yeah, look forward to you joining in I think 3 minutes. It's going to start.
Yeah, maybe in the Telegram they're going to post that link as well.
Yeah.
Feel free to chat in the Telegram, or if you can go to the lounge.wcna.wiki. We just saw a bunch of folks in there. It's really a fun space. Maybe you could watch the lightning talks while interacting with other people. We really appreciate you being here. And this whole recording should be on YouTube, that if you want to play it back or send it to anyone else. And that's it for now. So after the lightning talks, there will be a 2-hour break, but you're free to stay in the lounge, and then 8 p.m. Eastern, coming back together in the lounge for some fun socializing. And thank you, Mark, for being here and being so generous with your email. So Mark is, believe it or not, saying, email me and I'll buy those expensive books and digitize them for you. I don't think you'll get a better deal today than that. So mark@archive.org. All right, thank you, folks, and I will play us out if we can find this.
Thanks for joining the Culture Crawl.
We will crawl out of here in a second.
Crawl into lightning talks.
Yes.